Chapter 21, Practical Training. After parting ways with Mitsuri Kenroji, Aoki returned to the dojo, only to be stopped by Keisuke Akiyama, one of his senior brothers. Junior brother Aomura, Keisuke began, his tone insistent, "We have practical training tomorrow. You should join us." Aoki shook his head. "I don't think I will. Sparring with regular people seemed pointless. It wouldn't be fair to them, and it wouldn't benefit him either." Keisuke, thinking Aoki was concerned about the sunlight, quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, junior brother. The training will be held in a shaded room." Aoki noticed the weariness and slight pleading in Keisuke's eyes. After a moment's thought, he nodded. "All right, I'll join." Keisuke's relief was palpable. "Thank you. I knew I could count on you." Aoki appreciated Keisuke's support. Without him, Aoki might never have delved into martial arts or developed his own fighting system so quickly. Keisuke had always looked out for him, and a small request like this deserved to be honored, both out of gratitude and respect. ### the day of training. The dojo was bustling the next day. Students gathered in small groups, chatting excitedly about the upcoming practical training. Kengo Mizuno, the dojo master, entered the room with Keisuke Akiyama. His appearance had changed dramatically since Aoki last saw him. He looked much older, his hair now white and his face showing signs of recent struggles. "Today, we'll focus on actual combat training," Mizuno announced without preamble. Aoki turned to watch as Mizuno began to organize the students into pairs for their sparring matches. Aomura and Shigeyoshi Fujita. Hearing his name, Aoki looked at the muscular young man standing at the front of the training room. Shigeyoshi Fujita was known as a top student, rumored to be among the strongest in the dojo's advanced class. Their eyes met, and Fujita grinned, his gaze filled with aggression and confidence. "Your first time in combat training and you get paired with one of the best," someone whispered nearby. Aoki sighed, feeling indifferent. Fujita, surrounded by his friends, seemed much more animated. "Aomura? Isn't he the new guy? Has he even learned the basics?" one student asked. "Fujita's going to have an easy win," another chimed in. Crossing his arms, Fujita remarked coolly, "I'd rather fight someone skilled. There's no thrill in beating up a rookie. Don't underestimate him. The teacher wouldn't pair you without a reason." "He's got a decent physique, at least," one of his friends suggested. "What reason?" "I just want to teach him a lesson. That hat he always wears is annoying," Fujita scoffed. Their banter was interrupted by a plump young man with a sly grin. "Place your bets. How long will Fujita take to finish the rookie? 5 minutes? 3? Or just 1? The room buzzed with excitement. 3 minutes, tops, one student predicted. "Are you kidding? He'll knock him out in a minute flat," another countered. Ignoring the commotion, Fujita slapped a bill into the plump young man's hand. 30 seconds, he declared confidently. "Wow, betting on yourself," the plump young man said, pocketing the money with a grin. Keisuke Akiyama approached Kengo Mizuno with concern. "Teacher, isn't it too harsh to pit Aomura against Fujita for his first sparring match? He lacks combat experience." Mizuno remained resolute. "A warrior's true strength is revealed against strong opponents. If Aomura is as capable as you suggest, he can handle Fujita, regardless of his experience." Realizing there was no changing Mizuno's decision, Keisuke could only hope that Aomura's performance would meet the dojo master's expectations and perhaps bring a spark of life back to his weary teacher. ###, the match begins. The training sessions moved swiftly, with each match decided in minutes. The next match, Aomura vs Shigeyoshi Fujita. Keisuke called out. Aoki stepped into the ring, removing his hat and revealing his striking features. A murmur of surprise spread through the room. "Is that really Aomura? I thought he wore that hat because he was hiding something. Turns out, he's just incredibly handsome." Shigeyoshi Fujita's eyes narrowed with a flicker of jealousy. Rookie, you better protect your pretty face. I like smashing faces. Aoki smiled calmly. Good luck with that. Fujita felt a surge of anger at Aoki's nonchalant response. Begin. Keisuke Akiyama's voice rang out. Fujita lunged forward, his fist aiming straight for Aoki's face like a spear. Aoki sidestepped effortlessly, closing the distance between them in an instant. Aoki Ryu, storm. In a blur of motion, Aoki's entire body became a whirlwind of attacks, fists, elbows, knees, and feet moving with relentless precision and speed. In less than 3 seconds, the storm ended, and Aoki stepped back. Shigeyoshi Fujita crumpled to the ground, unconscious. The dojo fell silent, the air thick with disbelief. Teacher, Brother Keisuke, I have some matters to attend to. Please excuse me, Aoki said, retrieving his hat and walking out of the training room. It took a moment for everyone to process what had just occurred. Keisuke Akiyama rushed to Fujita's side, checking his condition. With a sigh of relief, he announced, he's still alive. The ferocity of Aomura's attacks had been staggering, even terrifying to watch. Keisuke had been genuinely worried that Fujita might not survive the onslaught. The training hall erupted with astonished whispers. What just happened? I blinked, and Fujita was down. That was insane. Just watching it made me hold my breath. What kind of technique was that? Was it Aoki style? I've never seen anything like it. You idiot. That's not Aoki style. No, you're the idiot. That was definitely Aoki style. You just can't recognize it because you're not good enough. Kengo Mizuno watched, stunned. The movements were unmistakably rooted in the Aoki style, but they carried a raw, untamed power that had never been taught in his dojo. Fujita's friends were left speechless. The rookie they expected to crush had revealed himself as a formidable force, like a predator among prey. The plump young man counted his winnings with a bewildered look. Fujita had lost the match and his bet, and now he wondered if Fujita would still want the money. Knowing the outcome, would he feel happy or regretful? As the training room buzzed with excitement and disbelief, Aoki's display of power left an indelible impression on everyone who witnessed it. Chapter 22 Before leaving. For Aoki, the combat training was a minor distraction. If it weren't for Keisuke Akiyama, he wouldn't have participated at all. As he stepped outside the dojo, he heard that someone was looking for him. When he reached the entrance, he saw a girl with cherry-colored pigtails peeking inside. Miss Kanroji, what brings you here? Aoki asked, curious. Kanroji Mitsuri's face lit up when she saw him. She hurried over, holding up a small box. Mr. Aomura, I brought some sakura mochi. Let's enjoy them together. Aoki considered her offer. Let's go to my room then, he suggested, knowing he could find an excuse to avoid eating the cakes. In Aoki's room, Kanroji Mitsuri eagerly picked up a piece of sakura mochi. She took a small bite, savoring the delicate blend of cherry blossom, glutinous rice, and sweet bean paste. With a contented sigh, she finished the mochi and sipped some tea, watching Aoki. Aoki, meanwhile, practiced the basic movements of Aoki style, his focus intense. Practicing indoors required precise control of his strength, which helped him refine his technique and understand the nuances of Aoki style from different perspectives. When he paused, Mitsuri asked, Mr. Aomura, is this kind of martial arts how you get stronger? Aoki shook his head. Martial arts can make you stronger, but they can't surpass your physical limits, he explained. Then how do you go beyond those limits? Mitsuri's cheeks puffed as she took another bite of mochi. The breathing technique, Aoki replied, sitting down and pouring himself a glass of sake. Only through the breathing technique can one truly become powerful. Where can I learn this breathing technique? Mitsuri asked, her curiosity piqued. It's taught by the Demon Slayer Corps, Aoki said. Demon Slayer Corps? Are they as strong as you, Mr. Aomura? Mitsuri's eyes widened in awe. Aoki considered the question thoughtfully. Most aren't as strong as me, but but a few might be stronger, he admitted, thinking that his current strength was comparable to the lower ranks of the 12 Kazuki. Anyone below the rank of Hashira would struggle against him. After Kenroji Mitsuri left, Keisuke Akiyama approached Aoki with a mix of admiration and concern. "Junior brother, your performance in today's training was incredible." Aoki nodded. "Thank you, senior brother. But I need to tell you something. I won't be attending any more classes." "Why not?" Keisuke was taken aback. "I'm ready to move on," Aoki said simply. He had stopped at the dojo to refine his combat system, and now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to leave. Keisuke looked shocked. "Is there something wrong with the dojo?" "No, nothing like that," Aoki reassured him. "I was just passing through, and it's time for me to go." Keisuke still seemed reluctant to let him go. "But you haven't learned our advanced techniques yet." "For me, the basics are enough," Aoki said. The advanced techniques were designed for humans and held no real value for him. Hearing the firmness in Aoki's voice, Keisuke finally conceded. "All right, junior brother. I won't stop you." Keisuke Akiyama went to see his master, Kengo Mizuno, and before he could speak, Mizuno said, "He refused, didn't he?" "How did you know, master?" Keisuke asked, surprised. "I didn't even get the chance to ask him." Keisuke explained their conversation, and Mizuno's expression grew thoughtful. "From his moves today, it's clear that Aomura has mastered the Aoki style and developed his own path. He doesn't need to learn more from us." Keisuke was stunned. "You mean he's already a master?" Mizuno nodded. "Yes. For a genius like Aomura, learning fixed techniques could limit his growth. Even though he has found his own way, he will always be a part of the Aoki style." Seeing that his master's spirit wasn't broken by Aoki's departure, Keisuke felt reassured. However, with Aoki leaving, he needed to find other ways to invigorate the dojo and his master's waning energy. As night fell, Aoki quietly left the dojo, moving across the rooftops like a shadow. He had a few days left to make a final effort to find the demon. If he failed, he would have to give up and perhaps inform the Demon Slayer Corps about the situation here. After a fruitless night of searching, Aoki sat cross-legged on the eaves of a building, deep in thought. Finding the demon was proving more difficult than he had anticipated. With dawn approaching, he decided on another task, finding someone to borrow money from. These days, he had been doing just that, but without much success. The wealthy he targeted appeared squeaky clean on the surface, making it hard to justify taking their money. Reflecting on the day's events, he remembered his sparring match with Shigeyoshi Fujita and the Fujita family's wealth. "I recall there's a Fujita family in the city, running a steel company with considerable financial clout and a good reputation," Aoki mused. Today's lucky draw. His previous targets were mostly those with bad reputations. But the Fujita family's seemingly pristine image didn't fool him. A large, influential family often hid many secrets. Disappearing into the night, Aoki headed towards the Fujita estate. Fujita Manor was a fortress of opulence, with bright lights, numerous buildings, and guards posted at every corner. It was as secure as a fortress, impervious to intruders. But tonight, an uninvited guest had arrived. Standing on the roof of a 3-story building, Aoki surveyed the estate. "Impressive," he murmured. The scale of the manor confirmed the Fujita family's wealth. However, the sprawling estate presented a challenge: where to start searching. Important rooms were either guarded or tightly locked, but Aoki knew that even a small gap was enough for him to slip through. On his third search, he finally found something promising. Aoki leaned against the wall, holding a letter in his hand, his eyes on the enormous bed in front of him. The bed's occupant was a rotund man surrounded by 3 young women, each from a different ethnicity: a Japanese girl, a blonde white girl, and a dark-skinned girl with curly hair. "Learning foreign languages, huh?" "Quite the connoisseur," Aoki remarked, silently. He read the letter again. It was a simple invitation for tea from someone named Muto, suggesting a meeting at an art museum called Yujisha. An art museum for tea? Aoki mused. It seemed unusual, but perhaps it was a coded message. Placing the letter back, he glanced at the sleeping man before vanishing into the night. The dojo's courtyard was quiet as Aoki reflected on his next steps. His time at the dojo had come to an end, and now he faced the uncertainty of his mission against the demons. But for now, his mind was clear. He would find the Fujita family's secrets, take what he needed, and continue his journey. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, Aoki's silhouette melded into the shadows, ready for whatever lay ahead. Chapter 23, Conspiracy. Yeim Society, nestled in the heart of downtown, was an imposing establishment. Its sprawling grounds were adorned with elegant and exquisitely detailed buildings, each structure a testament to architectural finesse. The aura of refined artistry was palpable, suggesting that this wasn't merely an ordinary gallery. The sheer opulence and the air of secrecy that seemed to hang over it made Aoki suspect there was more than met the eye. Aoki, always vigilant and curious, paused to observe the society from a distance. Within moments, two men emerged, moving with purpose towards him. Their expressions were cold and unyielding as they positioned themselves to block his view. "This is private property. No loitering allowed," one of them barked. "Leave immediately, or we will take action," the other added, his tone equally menacing. Aoki, assessing the situation, decided it wasn't wise to push back. He cast a lingering glance at the men before turning on his heel and walking away. Their heightened security only deepened his intrigue. Clearly, this was no ordinary art gallery. But it was broad daylight, and any further attempt to uncover the truth would have to wait. He planned to return under the cover of night when stealth was on his side. Leaving the Yeim Society behind, Aoki didn't return to the dojo. Instead, he found a secluded spot outside the city, away from prying eyes, where he could train uninterrupted. Even in his absence, his influence permeated the dojo. A day later, students were still abuzz, discussing the remarkable technique Aoki had demonstrated, the storm. Gathered in small groups, the students relived the spectacle. "I tried to replicate that move at home," one student confessed. "But I just ended up tangling my arms and legs together." "It's not surprising," another chimed in. "I asked one of the senior students, and he said that move requires exceptional coordination and a deep understanding of Aoki's style. It's not something just anyone can pick up." "That move is incredible," a third student exclaimed. "It's my dream to master it one day." Their conversation halted abruptly as Fujita Shigeyoshi approached. His face was a mask of barely contained fury, and the air around him seemed to crackle with his seething anger. Once he was out of earshot, the students exchanged uneasy glances. "I thought he'd be too embarrassed to show his face here again," one muttered. "Give him a break," another replied. "It was just a training match." "But did you hear about the bet he made? He wagered that the fight would be over in under 30 seconds and won a lot of money. But when he collected his winnings, he looked like he'd just eaten something sour." "Wow." Fujita Shigeyoshi, simmering with rage, vented his frustration on a training dummy. Each punch landed with a force that echoed through the dojo, a physical manifestation of his humiliation and anger. Everywhere he went, he was met with whispers and sidelong glances. The dojo, once a place of camaraderie, had become a crucible of embarrassment for him. He couldn't escape the mocking eyes and murmurs about his devastating defeat. The memory of Aomura's victory was a relentless, stinging slap to his pride. His friends stood nearby, awkward and silent, their discomfort evident. Fujita had boasted too much and lost too badly. Now, every word he spoke seemed to mock his earlier confidence. A young man with a long face, sensing an opportunity to escalate matters, spoke up. "Shigeyoshi, do you want to get back at him?" Shigeyoshi's eyes narrowed as he responded. "And how do you suggest we do that? Jump him with a club? Gang up on him?" It was clear that he had already considered these crude methods. The long-faced youth smirked, leaning in as if to share a secret. "That's too straightforward. We need to do it in a way that everyone sees. Think about it, there's that old legend about demons who prey on people. We can spread a rumor that Aomura is one of those demons. Shigeyoshi frowned, skepticism etched on his face. But who's going to believe that? Leave that to me, the young man said with a sly grin. Remember Aomura's eyes? We can say they're the mark of a demon. And he's always wearing that hat, hiding something. We'll claim it's to conceal his true identity. Another student, more hesitant, interjected. I heard he wears the hat because he has a skin condition and can't be in the sun. The long-faced youth dismissed the comment with a wave. Who cares about the real reason? It's all about what we say. Who's going to know the truth? As long as we cast doubt, people will start to believe it. We don't need to prove he's a demon. Just spreading the rumor will give us the excuse to confront him. Then, we can decide how to handle him. Shigeyoshi's eyes brightened with malicious glee. It was a clever plan. Not only could they take down Aomura, but they could also ruin his reputation. The young man continued, his grin widening. We can also use the fact that Aomura just joined the dojo. Why is he so strong? Because he's a demon. Why does he have those powerful moves? Because he's not human. Shigeyoshi nodded, adding his own twist to the plan. I'll talk to my uncle. He's a manager at Fujita Steel and has connections in the police. We can get them to help us catch the demon. The long-faced youth laughed, his tone sinister. Perfect. We'll make sure he gets a lesson he'll never forget. One of their friends, more cautious, voiced his concern. Isn't this going too far? I've heard that prison can be brutal. Even if you survive, you come out broken. The long-faced youth shrugged, indifferent to the consequences. What does it matter to us? He's a demon. The more he suffers, the better. Meanwhile, Akiyama Keisuke was hurrying towards the dojo, worry etched on his face. The situation had spiraled out of control, and he needed to inform his master about the unfolding crisis. As he approached the entrance, he noticed a girl with strikingly colored hair standing nearby. Recognizing her, he approached. Miss Kanroji, can I help you with something? Kanroji Mitsuri's face lit up with hope. Can you get Mr. Aomura for me? Akiyama sighed inwardly. Of course, she was looking for Aomura. I'm afraid junior brother Aomura isn't here right now. Her shoulders drooped slightly in disappointment. Oh, really? Akiyama quickly added, and there's been some trouble at the dojo. It's best if Aomura doesn't come back for now. If you see him, please let him know to stay away. Kanroji's eyes widened with concern. What happened? It's a complicated situation, Akiyama explained, his voice low. Rumors are spreading that Aomura is a demon. At first, I didn't believe it, but now the police are involved. They're coming to arrest him. Please, if you see him, tell him to stay away until we sort this out. With a quick bow, Akiyama hurried back inside, leaving Kanroji standing there, a look of deep worry on her face. What's really going on? She muttered to herself, glancing back at the dojo before turning to leave. Chapter 24, Truth and Sin. Night had fallen, casting an eerie quiet over the city. Aoki returned to the Yeim society, now bathed in the shadows of the surrounding buildings. He stood silently on the rooftop of a nearby structure, his sharp eyes taking in the scene below. The society's exterior, with its gray roof, white walls, and the few cherry trees in the corner, seemed innocuous at a glance. It bore the tranquil facade of any upscale establishment. Yet Aoki sensed something far more sinister beneath its placid surface. It's time to go in and take a closer look, he murmured to himself, fixing his gaze on a second-floor window. In an instant, his figure vanished into the night. Reappearing inside, he found himself in an elegantly appointed room. The walls were adorned with exquisite paintings and calligraphy, while an incense burner on a nearby table emitted a faint, calming fragrance. The room's refined ambience was lost on Aoki, who moved with purpose and urgency. His search through the rooms yielded nothing of note, leaving him momentarily frustrated. Another wasted trip, he thought, a frown creasing his face. But something feels off. As he pondered, voices and the heavy sound of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. He melded seamlessly into the shadows just as a group entered the room. Leading the group was a corpulent man, his body so rotund he resembled a walking sphere. Flanking him were two equally rotund middle-aged men. Behind them, a contingent of a dozen bodyguards spread out, securing all exits and entrances. With a soft click, a wall decorated with a cherry blossom pattern split open, revealing a hidden passage. The men entered the passage in single file, moving with a sense of urgency. As the wall closed behind them, Aoki's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of the secret within. No wonder something felt wrong, Aoki whispered to himself. There's more space inside than what's visible from the outside. He slipped into the passage unnoticed, even as the bodyguards continued their vigilant watch. Moving silently, Aoki followed the corridor, which led deeper into the building. At its end, two guards stood sentry, blocking further progress. Calculating his approach, Aoki knew he had to act swiftly. He considered his options. He could attempt to bypass them stealthily, but the risks were high. Deciding on a direct approach, he braced himself. If he failed, he was ready to accept the consequences. Aoki emerged from the shadows, making his way past the guards in a swift, fluid motion. The corridor opened into a lavishly decorated chamber, its opulence surprising him. The ceiling's crystal chandeliers cast a soft, warm light, illuminating the room's grand decor. This isn't the dark secret lair I expected, Aoki thought, bewildered by the disparity between the lavish interior and the sinister activities he suspected. Moving on, he continued to explore, using his space shuttle ability to slip through the building unnoticed. His journey eventually led him to a starkly different part of the society. Here, the lights were dim, the room small and oppressive. Is this a prison? He wondered, noting the narrow cells lining the corridor. Each door was solid, with only small, shuttered openings. Footsteps approached, and Aoki retreated into the shadows once more. 3 women appeared, a stern middle-aged woman leading 2 younger girls, both bound by ropes around their necks. The girls' disheveled appearance and the fear in their eyes struck a chord with Aoki. He recognized one of the girls. Despite her haggard state, her soft features and slim figure were unmistakable. She looked just like the woman in the photograph that Keisuke Akiyama had shown him. Could this be Mizuno Teiko? He thought, recalling the rumors of her abduction by a demon. But why is she here? The stern woman pushed the girls into a cell. Study hard tomorrow, or you'll face severe punishment, she barked before slamming the door shut. Once the woman's footsteps faded, Mizuno Teiko crumpled to the floor, her face a mask of despair. A sudden, soft noise startled her. She turned and saw Aoki standing in the shadows. He moved quickly, covering her mouth gently with his hand and motioning for silence. "Shoo," he whispered. Her wide, frightened eyes gradually softened with recognition. She nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Aoki released her and stepped back, his expression serious. "Are you Mizuno Teiko?" he asked quietly. She nodded again, studying him with a mix of curiosity and confusion. "Yes, I am." "Who are you?" "There's no time for that now," Aoki replied, his voice low and urgent. "Tell me, where is this place? Have you been here since you were taken?" Teiko nodded, her voice trembling as she spoke. "I woke up here after being knocked out. There are many women like me. Some disappear after being taken away, others are tortured. They force us to learn how to serve men, to become obedient slaves. Those who resist are punished severely. I saw 2 girls strangled to death for defiance. /n, I hope MC kill *guess them." Aoki listened, his resolve hardening with each word. "Stay here," he instructed. "I'll come back for you." Before she could respond, Aoki vanished again, leaving Teiko alone in the oppressive darkness. She sat back, hugging her knees, hoping that his promise wasn't just a cruel trick of her mind. As Aoki moved deeper into the building, the air grew hotter, and a foul, burning odor assaulted his senses. He followed the smell to a large room dominated by a massive furnace. White flames flickered inside it, sending waves of heat throughout the space. Nearby, a cart held the naked, battered bodies of 3 women. Their lifeless faces were etched with expressions of terror and pain. 2 masked men approached the cart, preparing to dispose of the bodies. "How many this week?" one asked casually. "Mind your own business," the other snapped back. "Why care? There's no shortage of women here." The first man shrugged. "It just seems like a waste, is all. Shut up and do your job." As they lifted one of the bodies, ready to feed it to the flames, Aoki acted. In a blur of motion, he appeared beside them. With a swift strike, their heads separated from their bodies, falling to the ground with a sickening thud. Aoki stood over the headless corpses, his voice a cold whisper. "You deserve this." For the first time Aoki had taken a life, but he felt no remorse, only a burning resolve. This place was a cesspool of human depravity, and he would cleanse it. He covered the bodies with a cloth and left the room. Outside, 2 guards armed with long swords approached, their faces hardening with recognition and alarm. They moved to draw their weapons, but Aoki was faster. He became a shadow, slipping between them. As he passed, their bodies collapsed, heads severed cleanly. Aoki moved through the building, his path marked by the blood of the guilty. Headless bodies lay strewn in his wake, silent testimony to his lethal efficiency. He spared none who participated in the atrocities here. This was no place for mercy. He reached a grand palace room, its opulent decor in stark contrast to the horrors he had witnessed. Inside, dozens of young girls in revealing, ornate costumes, barely more than erotic rags, served 3 corpulent, naked men. Aoki pushed the door open, his eyes narrowing with cold fury as they settled on the men. One of them, Fujita, scowled at the interruption. "What are you doing here? Get out." Aoki moved with blinding speed. In an instant, the 2 men beside Fujita became headless corpses. Fujita recoiled in shock, falling back as he tried to escape. Aoki was on him before he could move, his voice low and deadly. "Wait. We can talk this out." Fujita stammered, fear contorting his features. "You don't deserve an easy death," Aoki replied coldly. With a swift kick, Fujita's head was separated from his body, his lifeless form crumpling to the ground. Aoki turned to the terrified girls, their faces a mixture of fear, hope, and confusion. "Stay here. I'll be back." Leaving the palace, Aoki continued his grim work, ensuring that every participant in this nightmarish place met their end. A half-hour later, Aoki gathered the freed captives in the palace's main hall. He looked around at the young faces, some as young as 10, none older than 20. Over 200 girls, traumatized and broken, but now free. "You are free," Aoki said simply, his voice carrying a note of quiet authority. "Go. Leave this place." As he vanished into the night, the girls stood in stunned silence. Then, as if a dam had burst, they surged toward the exit, running toward their newfound freedom. Mizuno Teiko, covered in blood and dirt, ran with them. Her heart pounded not with fear, but with a wild, desperate hope. As she emerged into the open air and saw the stars, tears blurred her vision. She was free. Aoki watched from the rooftop as the girls poured out, their cries and laughter mingling in a cacophony of relief and joy. He sighed and flew away. Sometime humans are scarier than demon. Chapter 25, Catching and Encountering a Real Demon. Stepping softly under the moon's silvery glow, Aoki made his way toward the dojo, his pace unhurried but steady. The cool night air helped to clear his thoughts, which had been tumultuous earlier. His mood, once clouded by a myriad of thoughts, was beginning to stabilize. This world was filled with problems beyond his control. Aoki had long understood that. But it seemed particularly poignant now. After all, he was no longer human, he was a demon, an alien in this society. If people discovered the truth about him, they might fear him more than they did the actual villains lurking in the shadows. Just live your life, Aoki mused. This mantra had become a comforting reminder of his need to focus on what he could control. As he approached the dojo, he sensed something amiss. Before he could react, someone grabbed his arm and yanked him aside. Go, go, go. We need to leave now. Keisuke's voice was urgent, filled with an unusual intensity. Aoki allowed himself to be pulled along, his curiosity piqued. Brother Keisuke, what's going on? Not now. Let's just move. Keisuke's frantic words were abruptly cut off as they came face to face with a group of men blocking their path. Where do you think you're going? Fujita Shigeyoshi sneered, his eyes gleaming with a predatory satisfaction. On either side of Fujita were two policemen, and next to them stood a young man with a distinctly horse-like face. Their aggressive stances left no doubt about their hostile intentions. Keisuke's expression turned grim. Brother Fujita, this is just a misunderstanding from a training match. There's no need for this confrontation. I'll apologize on behalf of Brother Aomura. If you have any other demands, just name them. Aoki ignored Fujita's group, turning his attention to Keisuke. Despite Keisuke's outward appearance of being honest and somewhat dull, Aoki knew he was sincere, upright, and surprisingly adaptable, a steadfast ally. Brother Keisuke, this isn't about training, Fujita Shigeyoshi declared, his tone dripping with mockery. We're here to catch a demon. Demon? Me? Aoki raised an eyebrow, genuinely puzzled. What was happening? Had he been exposed? But where were the Demon Slayer Corps? Did these people actually think they could capture him with just a couple of policemen? A policeman stepped forward, his voice brimming with authority. We suspect you're involved in the recent disappearances. You need to come with us for questioning. Aoki's mind raced as he evaluated the situation. It seems they have no concrete evidence and are just trying to pin these crimes on me, he thought. Ordinary people wouldn't confront a demon with such arrogance unless they were unaware of his true nature. Clearly, they had no real understanding of what a demon was. Otherwise, their approach and accusations wouldn't be so comically misguided. Unfortunately for them, they were too late. If this had happened the day before, it might have genuinely disturbed him. Fujita Shigeyoshi continued, his voice tinged with malice. Who says we don't have evidence? Your eyes, they're the eyes of a demon. Normal people don't have eyes like that. You wear a hat all the time to hide your identity. Aoki's expression turned curious. If they weren't so clueless about demons, he might have been genuinely worried. But their accusations were baseless fabrications. All their claims were products of their imagination? Their talent for inventing stories was almost impressive. The horse-faced youth chimed in darkly, he wasn't at the dojo all day. He could have been out preying on more victims. Officer, I suggest you arrest him immediately. The policemen exchanged glances, their grips tightening on their weapons as they approached Aoki. You'd better surrender quietly, one policeman barked. Don't make us use force. Wait. Akiyama Keisuke started to intervene, but Aoki stopped him with a firm gesture. Brother, I'll handle this. Without another word, Aoki stepped forward, locking eyes with the policeman. His golden, vertical pupils seemed to pierce their very souls, causing them to falter and slow their approach. Realizing their fear, the policemen grew angry, their pride stung. Drawing their weapons, one of them shouted, "Stand down, or else." Be cautious, officers, Fujita Shigeyoshi warned with a sneer. He's a martial artist and can be incredibly dangerous. The horse-faced youth added eagerly, Need help, officers? We can handle him. Yes. We can take him. Fujita Shigeyoshi and his group moved closer, ready for a fight. The policemen, knowing they were acting under dubious pretexts, quickly agreed. All right, take him down. Fujita Shigeyoshi, the horse-faced youth, and their cronies encircled Aoki. In an instant, a dark blur swept through the air. Thud. Two arms, still clutching weapons, flew into the air. The policemen's faces twisted from shock to horror as they clutched their severed limbs, their screams piercing the night. Ah! Fujita Shigeyoshi and his gang recoiled in terror, stumbling backward. You attacked the police? Fujita's voice was a mix of disbelief and fear. I spared them out of mercy, Aoki replied calmly, stepping forward. Now, what's your connection to the Fujita family of Fujita Steel? Fujita Narayuki, beads of sweat forming on his brow, stammered, my uncle manages Fujita Steel. I'm a distant relative. If you harm me, the Fujita family will come after you. The Fujita family deserves to die, Aoki's voice was now icy. The Fujita family, founders of the Yeim society, had indulged in heinous activities, using their influence to cater to dark, twisted desires. They had become a symbol of corruption and depravity. Given his current situation, Aoki couldn't bring them all to justice. But he wouldn't show any leniency to those who dared confront him. What? Fujita Shigeyoshi's voice quivered. His eyes widened in terror, severing his head cleanly from his shoulders. Blood gushed from the stump of his neck, splattering those nearby. Especially the horse-faced youth, who stood closest. He was now drenched in blood, frozen in shock. Thud. Fujita Shigeyoshi's head hit the ground and rolled a few feet away. Ah! The horse-faced youth and the others screamed in horror, trying to flee. Stop. Aoki's voice was calm, but carried an unspoken command. They froze, turning back to look at him with abject fear. Explain what happened. Why did you frame me? Aoki demanded. All eyes turned to the horse-faced youth, who was now trembling uncontrollably. It wasn't me. I didn't want to hurt you. It was Fujita Shigeyoshi, he shrieked, barely able to control his bladder. No, he suggested framing you, another member of the group quickly interjected, pointing fingers to distance himself from the horse-faced youth. You're the one who started this, the horse-faced youth screamed back, launching himself at his accuser in a fit of panic and rage. Chaos ensued as the group descended into a brawl, all trying to pin the blame on each other. The horse-faced youth found himself overwhelmed, kicked and beaten into submission by his erstwhile companions. Suddenly, the horse-faced youth grabbed at his throat, his face contorting in pain. His skin turned an alarming shade of purple, and within moments, he collapsed, lifeless. The attackers backed away, their heavy breaths mingling with the night air as they stared in horror at the dead body. None of them could comprehend what had just happened. They stood there, stunned and terrified, unsure of what their next move should be. Chapter 26, Aoki's Gift. The young man with the horse-like face lay dead on the dojo floor, his neck snapped, the life choked out of him. Aoki stood over the body, his expression a mix of surprise and grim acceptance. These men were seasoned martial artists, each with formidable strength. It wasn't beyond the realm of possibility for one of them to have inadvertently caused such a fatal injury amidst the chaos of their struggle. But even so, the coincidence was startling. Keisuke Akiyama's shock was palpable as he surveyed the scene. The development of events had spiraled far beyond anything he could have anticipated from the outset. It's over. What was meant to be a straightforward training session had escalated into a catastrophe that none of them had foreseen. He had expected that junior brother Aomura might be the one to bear the brunt of the situation. Yet, here they were, with the tables turned so dramatically. Even in his final moments, Fujita Shigeyoshi could never have predicted that junior brother Aomura's reaction would be so overwhelmingly fierce. Did he regret it in those last fleeting seconds? Keisuke Akiyama's emotions were a turbulent storm. What was supposed to be a routine exercise had devolved into a nightmarish tragedy. Their dojo was partly to blame for letting it reach this point. Regardless, they couldn't let the situation deteriorate any further. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Akiyama stepped forward and addressed Aoki, his voice carrying a note of urgency. Junior brother, Fujita Shigeyoshi is dead, and the one who caused it is paid with his life. The others here, though complicit, do not deserve death. Spare them, I beg you. Aoki turned his gaze to Akiyama. The instinctive step back that Akiyama took didn't go unnoticed, and he flushed with embarrassment when he realized it. Besides, Akiyama continued, fighting to regain his composure, Fujita Shigeru wronged you first. Killing him could be seen as an act of self-defense, to some extent. But if you go further, there will be no path for redemption. You'll lose any chance to make things right. Aoki's voice was calm, almost serene. Don't worry, senior brother. I never intended to kill them. I'm not a murderer by nature. Fujita Shigeru was dead, and those directly responsible had met their end. The remaining participants in this grim episode would carry the weight of this day for the rest of their lives. For Aoki, this was a satisfactory conclusion. While he had taken lives before, more than he cared to count, this wasn't a case of random slaughter. As Aoki's words sank in, a collective sigh of relief rippled through the onlookers. Some even began to sob quietly, their emotions finally finding release. Thank you, junior brother, Akiyama exhaled deeply, his relief almost palpable. Aoki glanced back toward the dojo, his expression resolute. Senior brother, it's time for me to leave. Are you leaving now? Akiyama's surprise was evident. Aoki nodded. Fujita Shigeru and his men were merely a symptom of a much larger issue. The real threat loomed in the shadows, in the form of the Yeim Society's dark machinations. Aoki had managed to dismantle their operations, but the true fallout was just beginning. Staying here would only invite more trouble to his doorstep. With the combat system established, the funds secured, and the once hopeless disappearance case resolved, albeit not exactly as he had envisioned, his objectives were met. So why not leave? Akiyama, seeing the determination in Aoki's eyes, sighed with a bitter smile. Very well. I won't try to stop you. As if suddenly remembering something, Akiyama quickly added, by the way, Miss Kenroji was looking for you today. I told her to inform you not to return to the dojo if she saw you. She's been searching for you all day. Perhaps you should say goodbye before you leave. Aoki nodded slightly, showing his appreciation. I understand. Thank you for everything, senior brother. I prepared a small gift for you. Akiyama was taken aback. A gift? Aoki didn't explain further, offering only a slight smile, before disappearing into the shadows. Akiyama stood there, staring at the spot where Aoki had just been, the weight of his departure heavy in the air. He sighed softly. Junior brother Aomura is truly no ordinary man. The silence was soon shattered by the sound of rapid footsteps approaching. Keisuke, is Aomura back? What's the situation like? Mizuno Kengo emerged from the dojo, his face pale with worry. He stopped abruptly, his eyes widening in horror as he took in the blood and the body lying on the ground. Dead, they're dead? Master. Akiyama hurried towards him, trying to offer some semblance of reassurance. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Mizuno Kengo asked, Keisuke, what happened here? Akiyama briefly recounted the events that had unfolded with stark clarity. Mizuno's expression shifted from shock to contemplation as he listened. After a long, tense silence, he finally spoke. And Aomura? Junior brother Aomura left immediately, Akiyama replied. Mizuno nodded slightly, a faint hint of relief crossing his features. That's for the best, for both him and us. Akiyama's face grew serious as he thought about the consequences. Master, we're going to have trouble dealing with the aftermath of this. With 2 police officers injured and 2 men dead, one of whom was a member of the influential Fujita family, it was undeniably a grave situation. Especially since the perpetrator was from their dojo. Yet, Mizuno's calmness seemed almost serene. Keisuke, I've been contemplating something for a while now, and this incident might be the catalyst we needed. Akiyama appeared to understand, a shadow of sorrow in his eyes. Master. Mizuno raised a hand, silencing him gently. lately, I've felt my strength waning. I'm not sure how much longer I can continue to serve as dojo master. Keisuke, you've mastered the essence of Aoki Ryu. I'm considering. He paused abruptly as the sound of hurried footsteps once again filled the air, drawing closer. Mizuno and Akiyama turned to face the approaching figure. A shadow emerged from the darkness, clothed in formal attire, and threw herself into Mizuno's arms, crying out, "Father!" Her voice was a poignant mix of relief, fear, and overwhelming joy. Mizuno froze, unable to comprehend what was happening. After a long, stunned moment, he slowly lifted his trembling hand, hovering it above her shoulder, too afraid to touch, lest she vanish like a mirage. He had dreamt of this moment countless times, each time waking, just as he reached out to embrace her. Even if this were a dream, he wanted to hold on to it for a while longer. Akiyama, equally stunned, stared at the girl, clinging to his master. Even without seeing her face, he recognized her instantly. This was the person he dreamed of every night, the one he thought he'd lost forever. Tears welled up in his eyes as he whispered, "Teiko, is it really you?" The girl turned and rushed into Akiyama's arms, crying, "Keisuke! I finally found you." As she left his embrace, Mizuno Kengo finally came to his senses. This wasn't a dream. This was real. Teiko was truly back. Tears streamed down his face as he reached out, pulling his daughter and disciple into a tight, heartfelt embrace. The three of them stood there, holding each other, crying tears of relief and joy, finding solace in the shared warmth of their reunion. The night air, once heavy with tension and fear, was now filled with the sounds of their cries, a testament to the bonds that had brought them together and the hope that had been rekindled. Chapter 27, Identify and Farewell. As the night wore on, the Mizuno household was enveloped in a heavy, almost tangible silence. Mizuno Kengo, his mind still reeling from the evening's revelations, gently carried his daughter Teiko into the dojo. Her weight, though light, felt significant with the burden of her recent ordeal. Keisuke Akiyama, walking close behind, couldn't bring himself to look away from Teiko. The sight of her frail, sleeping form stirred a mix of relief and lingering horror in his heart. Outside, the remnants of the night's chaos, the broken bodies, the wounded policemen, and the still-shaken bystanders, faded from their immediate concern. For now, their world shrank to the confines of their small home, where the safety and well-being of Teiko were all that mattered. Back in the familiar warmth of the bedroom, Mizuno Kengo laid his daughter gently on the bed. The familiar creak of the old wooden floor and the comforting scent of home seemed to stir Teiko from her sleep. She sat up abruptly, her eyes wide and wild with fear, scanning the room as if unsure whether she was truly safe. "We're here," her father's voice broke through her disorientation. He sat beside her on the bed, wrapping his arms around her shoulders in a reassuring embrace. "Don't be afraid, Teiko. You're back home. You're safe now." Keisuke knelt beside them, taking Teiko's hand in his. "It's over, Teiko. You're home, and you're safe," he said softly, his voice filled with a mix of relief and lingering anxiety. Teiko's eyes slowly focused on their faces. With their soothing words and gentle presence, the tight grip of fear began to loosen its hold on her. She took a deep, shuddering breath and leaned into her father's embrace, finding comfort in the solid reality of their love and concern. After a long moment, Mizuno Kengo gently pulled back to look into his daughter's eyes. "Teiko, can you tell us what happened? Where have you been all this time?" A shadow passed over Teiko's face as the memory surfaced, but she forced herself to meet her father's gaze. Slowly, hesitantly, she began to recount her ordeal. As she spoke, her voice quivered with remnants of fear, but it grew steadier as she continued, the words a cathartic release of the trauma she had endured. She told them of the dark, suffocating cell where she had been confined, of the cruel guards who enforced their will through violence and intimidation, and of the other captives who shared her fate. As her story unfolded, Mizuno Kengo and Keisuke Akiyama listened in growing horror and fury. "Beasts." Keisuke spat, his hands clenched into fists. "Worse than pigs and dogs. They deserve to die." Mizuno Kengo's voice was a low, dangerous growl, filled with restrained fury. Those people will pay for what they've done. Teiko's eyes were steady as she continued, recounting the moment of her unexpected rescue. But it turns out the so-called demon that was haunting the city was just a person, someone who used the guise of a demon to commit their crimes. They built a whole network of terror right under our noses. Keisuke's face darkened with renewed determination. We need to call the police. They need to know everything. We can't let those monsters get away with this. Mizuno Kengo, though equally enraged, remained more composed. Teiko is right. We're dealing with something far more sinister than we can handle alone. Whoever set up this operation had connections and power far beyond what the police can touch on their own. We need to be smart about how we move forward. Teiko's voice, surprisingly steady, cut through their rising anger. The magic cave has already been destroyed. That's the only reason I managed to escape. Mizuno Kengo and Keisuke Akiyama paused, exchanging a look of confusion and dawning realization. Destroyed? They echoed. Teiko nodded, her eyes distant as she recalled the events. I don't know exactly what happened. Earlier today, I had deliberately slowed my work to provoke them, hoping to buy some time. They threw me into solitary confinement as punishment. I thought I was done for. But then, a stranger appeared in my cell. Her voice softened with a mix of wonder and gratitude. He asked me if I was Mizuno Teiko and about the layout of the place. Then he left, promising to return. I thought it was just a hallucination, something my desperate mind had conjured. But an hour later, he came back. When he led me out, the entire compound was in chaos, a river of blood. All the guards had been killed. She paused, her voice trembling slightly at the memory. He gathered all the captives and told us, "You are free now." Then he disappeared as quickly as he had come. Keisuke Akiyama, shaken by her story, whispered, "I wish I could thank him. Whoever he is, he saved you, and countless others." Mizuno Kengo, ever the keen observer, picked up on a crucial detail. Teiko, did he know your name? Could he have been someone you've met before? Teiko shook her head, her brow furrowing in thought. No, I don't think so. But he had these incredible golden eyes, like nothing I've ever seen. If I had seen them before, I'd remember. Golden vertical pupils? Mizuno Kengo and Keisuke Akiyama said simultaneously, both caught off guard. Teiko's curiosity was piqued. Have either of you ever met someone with eyes like that? Keisuke Akiyama's expression turned intense as he quickly asked, was he a tall, strong young man with black hair? Did he have a yellow wine gourd hanging from his waist? Teiko's eyes widened in recognition. Yes, he did have a gourd hanging from his waist. It must have been junior brother Aomura, Keisuke murmured, a mix of awe and disbelief coloring his voice. Aomura? Junior brother? Teiko repeated, the pieces of the puzzle starting to fit together. Mizuno Kengo filled in the blanks, recounting the brief yet transformative presence of Aoki at their dojo. Not long ago, a promising student joined us at the dojo. That was Aomura. And it seems that in just a few days, he's changed the fate of our dojo, our family, and even this entire city. Keisuke Akiyama's voice was tinged with regret and admiration. Before he left, he mentioned a small gift for me. Now, it's clear he meant bringing Teiko back to us. Mizuno Kengo shook his head in wonder. A small gift? This is nothing short of a miracle, a rebirth. But now that he's gone, we may never have the chance to repay him. Keisuke Akiyama nodded solemnly. Tomorrow, everyone in Azabu will know the name Aomura. His actions will reverberate throughout the city. The sheer scale of Aoki's actions began to sink in. The liberation of countless missing girls, the obliteration of a notorious crime ring, and the dismantling of an evil empire, all in one fell swoop. It was a deed so monumental that it would overshadow any lesser concerns. Mizuno Kengo's eyes hardened with resolve. This isn't over. The perpetrators behind this atrocity will face justice. We will not rest until the Fujita family and all those complicit in this horror are held accountable. Though their dojo wasn't a match for the Fujita family in wealth or power, Mizuno Kengo's influence and the unity of the victims' families would create an unstoppable force of righteous anger. Meanwhile, Aoki made his way through the night, the world a blur as he used his powers to traverse the city. His destination was the home of Mitsuri Kanroji. He had long known where she lived, having kept tabs on her in his search for the elusive demon. Arriving at her doorstep, he raised his hand to knock but was interrupted by the creak of the door opening. Mitsuri Kanroji stood there, her pink pigtails glowing softly in the moonlight. "Miss Kanroji," Aoki greeted with a warm smile. "Mr. Aomura," she exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening before she quickly covered her mouth. Glancing around nervously, she grabbed his arm and pulled him into the yard, closing the door behind them with a solid thud. Inside, the Kanroji family's gaze was fixed on the two visitors. A middle-aged man and woman, and 4 children stood silently, their expressions a mix of curiosity and concern. Aoki bowed politely. "Good evening. My name is Aomura, a friend of Miss Kanroji." The man, tall and dignified, nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, so you are Aomura. Welcome." The woman, gentle and kind, smiled warmly as she ushered the children away. "Please, feel free to talk. We'll give you some privacy." With a few words of thanks, Aoki and Mitsuri found themselves alone in the quiet yard. Mitsuri's cheeks were flushed, and she seemed both excited and nervous. "Mr. Aomura, your dojo sent word that you shouldn't return there tonight," Mitsuri said, her voice tinged with worry. Aoki nodded. "I'm aware. But I'm here for a different reason tonight. I've come to say goodbye." "Goodbye?" Mitsuri repeated, her voice betraying confusion. "I'm leaving," Aoki clarified. "Where are you going?" Mitsuri asked, her daze evident in her tone. "I don't have a specific destination. I'll be traveling around," Aoki replied calmly. His first stop was certain, but everything else would depend on the circumstances. After a brief hesitation, Aoki pulled out the black socks he had prepared. "This is for you," he said, offering them to Mitsuri. Mitsuri covered her mouth, surprise replacing any earlier disappointment. "Mr. Aomura, is this for me?" "It's a parting gift," Aoki explained with a calm smile. He hadn't thought of anything else, he simply found the green socks unsuitable. Mitsuri blushed once more. "But I didn't prepare a gift for you." "There's no need. Just be kind when we meet again," Aoki replied, smiling and waving his hand casually. "Be kind?" Mitsuri asked, still puzzled. "Goodbye, Miss Kanroji," Aoki said, nodding before turning away. Without further explanation, he waved his hand, leapt lightly onto the wall of Kanroji's house, and vanished into the night sky. Mitsuri watched him disappear into the distance, lost in thought. After a while, she turned and walked back into the house. The elegant man who had been reading a book looked up. "Where's Aomura, Mitsuri?" Mitsuri held the socks in her hand, excitement lighting up her face. "Mr. Aomura came to say goodbye to me, and now he's gone." Observing her elation, the elegant man couldn't help but look perplexed. Why was she so happy to bid him farewell? Chapter 28, Shinobu's Suspicion. A faint milky white light appeared on the horizon and quickly spread across the sky. As the red sun leaped up, it completely dispelled the lingering darkness. Shinobu Kocho looked up. At the end of the road, a huge city loomed into view. Finally here, she breathed a sigh of relief. This mission wasn't originally hers, but since she was planning to visit Aunt Rie in Takaina, she decided to take it on as it was on the way. Upon entering the city, Shinobu immediately sensed that something was amiss. The air was charged with a restless energy. People gathered in small groups on the street, discussing something with expressions that ranged from anger to elation. More troubling was that she occasionally heard the word demon among their murmurs. Could it be that in this city, the demon menace was already known to everyone? Shinobu's curiosity was piqued, and she decided to find someone to question. Just then, a girl with a long, cherry-colored braid caught her eye as she approached. Shinobu stepped forward and stopped her. Hello, what's happening here? The girl, taken aback by Shinobu's attire, widened her eyes and blurted out, "Are you from the Demon Slayer Corps?" Shinobu was surprised. You know about the Demon Slayer Corps? Very few people were aware of demons and the Corps. Could this girl have had contact with them? I've heard about it from others, the girl replied, her excitement barely contained. Come to my house, I'll tell you everything. Shinobu smiled. All right. It was broad daylight, making it unlikely to encounter a demon. Finding someone knowledgeable about demons and the Corps could be quite helpful. After following the girl for a short walk, they reached a modest house. Once inside, the girl, who introduced herself as Mitsuri Kanroji, offered Shinobu a cup of tea. After taking a sip, Shinobu got straight to the point. So, what exactly happened here? Mitsuri looked puzzled. There aren't any demons at all. The recent disappearances were the work of the Fujita family and their company, Fujita Steel. The revelation was surprising. Shinobu had expected demons but was met with a human culprit instead. Then the rumors about demons. Mitsuri nodded. Yes, everyone thought demons were behind it, but it turns out it was all orchestrated by the Fujita family. What's even more shocking is that Mr. Aomura destroyed the demon lair of the Yeim society. Mr. Aomura? Shinobu echoed, intrigued. Who is he? Mr. Aomura is incredibly strong and kind. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled with admiration. He's the one who told me about the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinobu's interest was piqued. You know him? Mitsuri nodded eagerly. Yes, his dojo isn't far from here. We met by chance and became friends. Shinobu pondered this. I need to visit this Yeim society you mentioned. Mitsuri hesitated. But it's surrounded by police now. That's not a problem, Shinobu assured her. She was curious about this Mr. Aomura. His strength and the detail about his golden eyes made her wonder if he could be a demon. Yet, the idea of a demon saving people seemed contradictory. She needed to see the place for herself. Following Mitsuri's directions, Shinobu found the Yeim Society building. As expected, police officers were stationed outside. Undeterred, she slipped past them and entered the club, quickly finding the real entrance to the scene. The sight inside was ghastly. Blood stained the floor, walls, and even the ceiling. The stench was overwhelming, making Shinobu feel slightly nauseous. As she ventured deeper, she found bodies strewn across the place, turning the entire scene into a vision of hell. Despite the horrific scene, Shinobu maintained her composure. She found no evidence to suggest Mr. Aomura was a demon. The bodies, though mutilated, did not show signs of being bitten. This seemed inconsistent with demon behavior, as such a place would be a feast for them. Could there really be a demon who could resist such temptation? Or had a demon perhaps taken some bodies away? Shinobu left the Yeim society with a grave expression. She had seen countless bloody scenes in her career, but this one was exceptionally brutal. She returned to Mitsuri's house, hoping to gather more information. How was it? Mitsuri asked eagerly as Shinobu entered. Shinobu shook her head. Miss Kanroji, I need to know more about Mr. Aomura. Of course. What do you want to know? Mitsuri sat up straight, ready to share. Is there anything unusual about him? Any habits or peculiarities? Shinobu inquired. Mitsuri's cheeks reddened slightly. Well, he's very handsome. Shinobu suppressed a smile. I mean more about his routine or behavior. What does he do during the day? Oh, I see. Mr. Aomura has a skin condition and can't be exposed to sunlight. So, he usually practices indoors during the day, Mitsuri explained. Can't be exposed to sunlight? Shinobu's suspicion grew. So, he never goes out during the day? Mitsuri shook her head. Not quite. He goes out, but he always wears a large hat with a cloth draped around it to block the sun. Shinobu's mind raced. If he could be out in the sunlight, he couldn't be a demon. What kind of hat? Mitsuri described, gesturing with her hands. It's a big, black hat with a cloth around it for shade. Shinobu sighed, feeling a bit relieved. It seemed she might have been overly suspicious. A demon wouldn't be able to tolerate any exposure to sunlight, even with such precautions. Mitsuri's curiosity piqued. Why are you so interested in Mr. Aomura, Shinobu? For a moment, Shinobu was at a loss for words. She couldn't just say she suspected her friend might be a demon. Mitsuri's eyes sparkled again. Do you want Mr. Aomura to join the Demon Slayer Corps? He's incredibly strong. He can break rocks with his bare hands. But you're a day too late, he left town yesterday. He's certainly impressive, Shinobu agreed, seizing the chance to change the subject. But now that the matter is resolved, I should be on my way. Wait a moment, Shinobu, Mitsuri interjected hesitantly. Can I join the Demon Slayer Corps? Shinobu was taken aback. You want to join? But why? She knew Mitsuri's background, a happy family life, with no apparent reason to face the dangers of demon slaying. I want to help others, just like Mr. Aomura does. Mitsuri's earnestness was evident. Shinobu considered her words carefully. The work of the Demon Slayer Corps is very dangerous. You could lose your life. I'm not afraid. I'm very strong. Mitsuri declared, effortlessly lifting the edge of the table with one hand. Shinobu was about to caution her about the dangers of demons, but the display of strength left her momentarily speechless. In Mitsuri, she saw a rare determination and an incredible strength that might make her a valuable ally. Perhaps, in time, she could guide Mitsuri towards the path of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 29, The End of the Lower Moon. The north wind bit fiercely, snowflakes swirled like dancing spirits, and the world was blanketed in a stark, cold white. Amidst the desolate scene, a long-haired woman, barefoot and desperate, fled across the frozen terrain, glancing over her shoulder in terror. Her once beautiful face was now contorted with fear. He, you can't escape me. A sinister shadow cut through the blizzard, closing in on the woman with terrifying speed. In her frantic flight, her foot snagged on something hidden beneath the snow, and she stumbled forward, her eyes wide with despair. Just as she braced for the icy impact, a firm hand caught her shoulder. A calm male voice murmured from behind her. Excuse me, do you know how to get to Mount Nagumo? Startled, the woman turned her head. Standing before her was a young man with jet black hair, seemingly not more than 20 years old. He was tall and striking, with a pair of golden, cat-like eyes that gleamed with a peculiar intensity. Demon, the demon is coming, she stammered, her voice trembling as she tried to pull him away. We have to run. But the young man didn't budge. He held her in place effortlessly, his eyes fixed on something behind her. Demon? You mean him? The woman followed his gaze and saw a grotesque figure emerge from the snowstorm, a demon with a face like a monkey and unnaturally long arms. The creature glared at them, its expression dark with malice. This is my territory, the demon screeched at the young man, baring its fangs. It's over, the woman gasped, stumbling backward and collapsing into the snow. Relax, I'm not here to fight over territory, the young man, Aoki, said calmly. In the blink of an eye, Aoki vanished from sight. Huh? Where did he go? The demon spluttered, its eyes darting around in confusion. Suddenly, its view of the world tilted as if it were looking at the sky. It wasn't until the demon saw its own decapitated body fall backward that it realized what had happened. You bastard! How dare you attack me? I will, the demon raged, its voice cut short as it noticed Aoki's serene face up close. Recognition dawned, and the demon's fury turned to fear. You're a defector from his ranks, the demon shrieked. Aoki's lips curled into a faint smile. So, even demons recognize me now. Muzan sure does spread the word fast. Each demon Aoki had encountered since his defection seemed to know who he was, a testament to how much attention Muzan Kabutsuji, the demon king, had given him. No, please. I don't want to die. Let me go, the demon begged, its severed head struggling in its hands as its body staggered toward Aoki. If wishing away danger were enough, the world would be a much less painful place, Aoki said. With a swift motion, he hurled the demon's head at its own body, sending it crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha, you're so stupid. You actually threw my head back to me, the demon cackled, reattaching its head with a grim satisfaction. Aoki's expression didn't change. Aoki Ryu, storm, he whispered. His entire body became a blur of motion. Fists, elbows, legs, and knees became a whirlwind of deadly strikes, tearing through the demon like a storm of blades. Flesh and bone were shredded in seconds, and the demon was reduced to a quivering, dismembered heap. As the demon's regeneration began to falter, Aoki raised his palm. Devour. An invisible force pulled the demon's remains into his hand, absorbing them until nothing was left. You have killed a demon and gained 28 experience points. Congratulations on your level up. Not bad, 28 points, Aoki mused, satisfied. Although the demon had been easily defeated, it had been more formidable than many of the others he had encountered recently. Turning back to the woman, Aoki asked again, "Do you know how to get to Mount Nagumo?" With a trembling hand, she pointed towards a distant mountain. Over there, about 10 kilometers away. Thank you, Aoki said with a slight nod. He turned and walked away, disappearing into the snowy distance. It wasn't until he had vanished from sight that the woman regained her composure. Standing up, she cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted into the blizzard, "Thank you." Aoki paused for a moment, then continued on his way. He hadn't expected to gain a level before reaching Mount Nagumo. The unexpected encounter had provided just enough experience points. He glanced at his system panel and added his newly earned attribute points into physical fitness and agility. A warm sensation spread through his body, briefly countering the biting cold of the storm. The constant sense of oppression he had felt was now gone, replaced with a newfound balance. Name, Aoki. Strength, 13. Physique, 12. Intelligence, 13. Agility, 13. Occupation, Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality. Level, LV6, 5/600. Skills, Demon Blood 3, Space Shuttle, Transparent World, Not Learned Yet, Devouring Demon. Free skill points, 1. The attributes are finally almost balanced, Aoki noted with a sigh. He could feel his body approaching an optimal state, and his combat abilities had slightly improved. He had one remaining free skill point, which he decided to save. Upgrading Demon Blood to level 4 required 3 skill points, and unless he found missions that rewarded skill points, he would need to reach level 8 to gather enough. If I can eliminate the demon family at Mount Nagumo, I should be close, Aoki thought, quickening his pace. After about half an hour of trekking through the snow, Aoki raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blizzard and looked up at the imposing mountain ahead. This was Nagumo Mountain, the lair of the Lower Moon 5 demon. Aoki's eyes narrowed. Lower Moon 5. His mission had led him here. Since leaving Azabu, he hadn't been in a rush, preferring to hunt demons along the way to gain strength. But his ultimate goal had always been clear, Nagumo Mountain, where the Lower Moon 5 resided. The last time, I barely escaped from the Lower Moon's siege. What will happen this time? Ding. You have received the mission, the End of the Lower Moon. The End of the Lower Moon. The 12 Kazuki are the elite demons under Muzan Kabutsuji's command, each a formidable foe. Mission requirements, kill 3 Lower Moon demons, 0/3. Mission rewards, 1,200 experience points, 3 chi and blood pills. Chi and blood pills? Aoki's interest was piqued. These were rare and valuable items that could significantly boost his power, much like the sunshade hat and ghost wine gourd he had acquired previously, although they didn't directly enhance his strength. The reward of 1,200 experience points was generous, though the mission was far from simple. The challenge lay not only in defeating the Lower Moons, but also in locating 3 of them. With only 6 lower-rank demons in total, this task was daunting. Aside from the 5th lower-rank demon, he had no information on the whereabouts of the others. Additionally, there was the rival organization, the Demon Slayer Corps. Unlike him, a lone hunter, the Demon Slayer Corps had far superior intelligence capabilities. Fortunately, the mission had no time limit, allowing him to proceed at his own pace. Regardless of this specific task, his goal remained the same: to demons and seek out elite adversaries like the lower-rank demons. Chapter 30 Mount Nagumo. The strong wind slapped the treetops, and the snowflakes danced with the gusts. Crunch. Aoki walked along the rugged mountain path, his stride as steady as if he were on level ground, leaving a trail of footprints in the snow. Wow. Next to his footprints, a patch of grass blanketed in snow shook slightly. From beneath it emerged a creature with the head of a human and the body of a spider. It fixed its gaze on Aoki's back, its 8 legs tensed, and then it lunged forward. Aoki spun around abruptly and slapped the creature. Boom! The human-headed spider shrieked, hurtling backward before crashing into a large tree. Seeing his assailant clearly, Aoki frowned. These human-headed spiders were grotesque and terrifying, but he knew they were once human. They had been transformed into these monstrosities by demon poison. Crash. Suddenly, human-headed spiders began to swarm from all directions, encircling Aoki. Ignoring them, Aoki looked up. Suspended in the air, by nearly invisible silk threads, was a wooden house. Hanging from threads connected to the nearby trees were several shrunken, half-transformed people, slowly turning into spiders. Click, click, click. A larger creature crawled out of the suspended house. It too had a human head, but its spider body was much larger than the others. This was one of the 5 demons of Mount Nagumo, known as Tired Brother, the cause of the human-headed spiders. A demon, Aoki muttered with a sigh. The spider demon looked disappointed, opening its mouth to speak, "You." But Aoki didn't let it finish. In a flash, he was above the spider demon, bringing his foot down hard. Bang! 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 The silk thread snapped, the wooden house crumbled, and the spider demon was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. The demon's body was severed at the middle, spewing blood. It turned to look at Aoki, terror suddenly filling its eyes. A defector, it gasped. Defectors were those who had abandoned their allegiance to demons, possessing powers that could kill demons, feared even more than the Demon Slayer Corps. "Don't waste your breath," Aoki growled, his expression one of utter disdain. "Your only purpose is to die quickly." He raised his foot and brought it down hard. Poof! The spider demon's head exploded, but its body, undeterred, began to flee frantically. "The defectors are here, on Mount Nagumo. I need to find Rue. Only he can deal with them." As the air around Aoki shimmered and outlined his figure, the headless spider demon didn't notice and ran straight into him. Aoki raised his foot again. Boom! The spider demon was sent flying. Aoki caught up, his palms a blur, severing the spider's legs one by one. By the time the demon hit the ground, only its torso remained. "How revolting," Aoki said, wrinkling his nose at the sight. For the first time, he felt a twinge of reluctance about killing. The thought of consuming this thing almost made him nauseous. He sighed and extended his hand. Now wasn't the time to be picky. The spider demon's body began to writhe and soften. Just then, Aoki sensed something in the nearby jungle and turned his head. Ah! A plump female demon, draped in white clothing with hair to match, and a face caked in what looked like white powder, was sprawled on the ground, fear etched across her face. She scrambled to her feet and bolted. "Is that Rue's mother?" Aoki mused aloud but did not pursue immediately. Instead, he glanced skyward. Perched atop a tree was a black crow, observing the scene with curiosity, seemingly harmless. Their eyes locked. The crow's feathers flared in alarm, and it nearly toppled from its perch. Without hesitation, it took flight, rising into the sky. As the ground and trees shrank below, the crow began to relax. There are demons here, and more than one. I must report this quickly. Suddenly, the crow felt an immense force restraining its body. Out of the corner of its eye, it saw what seemed to be a giant hand. Before it could comprehend, darkness enveloped its vision, and it found itself back on the ground. Is this a demon slayer's dark crow? Aoki asked, inspecting the bird in his hand with interest. Dark crows were the messengers for the demon slayer corps, highly intelligent and each paired with a corps member. I'm doomed. How did he catch me? The crow despaired inwardly. Aoki tossed the crow into the air. Go. The crow hesitated for a moment, then flapped its wings and flew upward, though it did not immediately flee. It watched Aoki warily and with suspicion. Why would a demon let it go? Its little brain struggled to comprehend. Aoki had no intention of explaining. Go call for backup. Those human-headed spiders might still be saved. The crow gave Aoki one last look, then sped off into the distance. What a day. It had merely been passing by, curious about the fight it witnessed, and nearly met its end because of it. Defector. The crow mused, noting the crucial detail. It flew faster, determined to relay this vital information. Elsewhere, the demon mother was running as fast as she could, haunted by the image of the spider demon being destroyed and consumed. The rumors about defectors are true. They really can kill demons. Suddenly, her legs went numb, and she lost her balance, crashing into the snow. Boom! After tumbling several times, she came to a stop, her body covered in snow, but she paid no heed. She glanced back in terror, but there was nothing there. Relief washed over her, but a strange male voice cut through the air. In my hometown, there's an old saying, better a live coward than a dead hero. The demon mother's body stiffened, and she turned slowly. On a nearby rock sat a figure with striking golden, vertical pupils. Aoki regarded her calmly. But if you're on a path of suffering, sometimes letting go is the better choice, don't you think? Should demons be exterminated? From a human perspective, most certainly. Demons eat people, and that's an unforgivable crime. If he were human, he would undoubtedly agree with their extermination. But demons, in a way, were also tragic beings. Not all of them chose to become demons. Many were victims themselves at first. And many forget their humanity, turning into monsters driven by simple, primal urges like hunger, power, and survival. The demon mother began, but darkness engulfed her vision, and her consciousness began to fade. Aoki style, funeral, Aoki intoned, appearing by her side. Whatever you did before, it's all over now. Rest in peace. Ah, such peace, she murmured, her eyes closing slowly. So let's end it here. The funeral technique was Aoki's own creation, blending the swiftness of a space shuttle with deadly precision, designed to end his opponent's life swiftly and silently. Chapter 31 Fierce Battle. Mother is dead too. An indifferent voice echoed from above. I thought you'd try to save her. Aoki remained calm as he looked up. A young man with white hair and dressed in flowing white robes hovered in the air. His long hair obscured one eye, and a spider web pattern adorned his robe. It was Rue, one of the lower moons, and the ringleader of the spider demons on Mount Nagumo. Parents who can't protect their children don't deserve to live, Rue said coldly, his gaze fixed on Aoki. This defector was indeed capable of killing demons. Boom! Large snowflakes swirled as two more demons descended from the sky. To Aoki's left stood a female demon with long, tied-back white hair and a cute but sinister face. To his right was a tall, muscular figure with a massive spider's head. These were Rue's sister and father. Aoki ignored them, his eyes still on Rue. This demon was a twisted individual. Demons typically didn't live in groups. According to Tamayo, this was because Muzan Kabutsuji feared they might band together and overthrow him. It sounded absurd, but given Kabutsuji's tyrannical nature, it was plausible. Yet, Rue had been granted an exception. Kibutsuji had sympathized with Rue due to their similar pasts. Both were born frail and sickly, often confined to bed. Kibutsuji's special care for Rue was evident. After becoming a demon, Rue had killed his own parents and sought to create a false family to fill the void in his heart. Unable to comprehend human emotions, he maintained his family through fear and strength. Anyone who disobeyed him faced severe punishment, often being exposed to the sun to die painfully. As he grew stronger, Rue's human memories faded, leaving him even more hollow. Pathetic, pitiful, hateful, and absurd, this encapsulated the essence of most demons. Of course, with the exception of Muzan Kibutsuji. Before we begin, I have a question, Aoki said. What happened to lower 6 and lower 4? They failed and were executed by Lord. Rue's voice was icy. Aoki frowned slightly. Kibutsuji's cruelty was unrelenting. He wasn't concerned about the fate of the demons themselves, but the absence of 2 significant threats made his mission more complicated. Has Kibutsuji appointed new lower 6 and lower 4? Aoki inquired further. How dare you speak of Lord by name? Rue roared, his voice laced with fury. He swung his arms, and 5 transparent threads slashed through the air, creating a sharp whistling sound. Such trivial tricks won't work, Aoki said, his expression unmoved. He swept his arm in a broad arc. Boom! The threads snapped. You've grown stronger, I see. Show me what you can do, Rue sneered, his fingertips oozing blood that seeped into the threads, turning them crimson. Don't harm my family, the demon father roared, charging at Aoki. Get lost. Aoki snapped, delivering a powerful kick. The demon father raised his arm to block, but Aoki's leg struck his neck, sending him sprawling through the snow. What an opportunity! The demon sister's eyes gleamed as she raised her palm to cast a web. But then she froze. Aoki's golden, vertical pupils locked onto her, radiating a cold, murderous intent. Before she could react, a fist filled her vision, growing rapidly larger. Boom! Her head exploded in a shower of blood and flesh. Clearing out the weaker enemies before facing the boss was standard practice. Aoki's gaze was ice cold, and his hands moved like blades. Swish, swish, swish. The demon sister's body was shredded into pieces, scattering across the ground in a heap. At that moment, countless red spider threads materialized, surrounding Aoki from all sides. Rue wove the spider silk into a web with his hands and looked at Aoki with detached indifference. Blood demon art, killing web cage. Aoki Ryu, storm. Aoki became a whirlwind of destruction, tearing through the blood-infused web with brutal force. His fists were torn and bloody, his body covered in bruises. But within moments, his wounds healed completely. Rue's eyes narrowed with alarm. This defector had grown incredibly powerful. Rue slashed his hands through the air, and 10 blood-red threads crisscrossed towards Aoki. Aoki grinned fiercely, reaching out to grab them. Snap! His left hand was severed instantly, and his right hand was sliced in half. But he managed to clutch 2 of the threads tightly. Not good. Rue's face twisted with fear. Before he could react, Aoki yanked hard on the threads, pulling Rue off balance and hurtling him towards Aoki. Aoki bent his knees, the snow beneath his feet exploding as he launched himself into the air. In an instant, the distance between them vanished. Rue flicked his fingers, rapidly spinning another web to defend himself. Aoki ignored the web, his body coiled like a spring, and his fists shot upwards like cannonballs. Boom! Half of Rue's head exploded, spraying blood as he was sent flying. Aoki landed lightly atop a tree, crouched, then kicked off and propelled himself towards Rue again. Rue flailed in midair, struggling to regain his balance. He flicked his fingers desperately, sending more blood-soaked threads to pull himself back. Aoki leaped off a strand of spider silk, using its elasticity to launch himself back at Rue. This time, the roles were reversed. Aoki was above, and Rue was below. Aoki Ryu, Death Calamity. Aoki's punch was like a hammer, bearing down with relentless force. Death Calamity was a technique that adapted to the opponent's movements, becoming stronger with each successive blow. Rue was no stranger to combat. Despite his reliance on his spider silk, he was a formidable fighter up close. They clashed fiercely, but Aoki soon gained the upper hand, his relentless assault breaking through Rue's defenses. With each hit, Aoki's attacks grew more powerful, culminating in a switch to his storm technique. Boom, boom, boom. In rapid succession, Rue's body was battered and torn, blood spraying and staining the snow red. As they plummeted towards the ground, Aoki prepared to deliver the final blow. But a shadow darted in from the side. "Don't hurt my family," the demon father roared, slamming into Aoki and sending him sprawling. Seizing the moment, Rue pulled himself free, gathering his blood threads into a massive vortex-shaped cocoon. "Get out of my way!" Aoki snarled, breaking free from the demon father's grip. He grabbed the demon father's head but hesitated, his eyes flicking towards Rue. Rue's hair was disheveled, and his single visible eye, engraved with the words "Lower 5, blazed with fury. Since becoming a demon, he had never been so humiliated. Blood demon art, engraved line rotation. The vortex-shaped cocoon exploded in a flurry of blood threads, like a macabre rainstorm. Aoki threw the demon father into the path of the threads. The demon father was pierced through and through, the blood threads continuing their deadly trajectory. Aoki braced himself, deflecting as many threads as he could, but several still found their mark, peppering his body with holes. For him, these were mere scratches. As the last of the blood threads dissipated, Aoki looked towards Rue's previous position, but the demon was gone. Just like before. Chapter 32, First Meeting. Rue controlled the spider silk, cutting away the flesh around the wound on his head. As he did so, the suppressed regenerative abilities kicked in, and the wound began to heal rapidly. "How is he so powerful?" Rue muttered, his voice trembling with frustration and anger. The last time he faced Master Muzan, he had sworn to bring back the defector. But now, he found himself retreating, humiliated. He knew he was no weaker than the defector in raw strength. But this battle felt grossly unfair. His attacks seemed to bounce off the defector with little effect, while each blow he received from Aoki struck deeply, cutting through flesh and bone. How could he hope to win under such circumstances? "Where do you think you're going?" A calm voice floated into Rue's ears. His face twisted in fury, and he instinctively swung his arms, sending 5 blood-colored silk threads slicing through the air. But the sound had been deceptive. He hadn't struck his target. Rue halted, spinning around to see Aoki standing calmly ahead of him. His eyes widened in confusion and shock. How did he get in front of me? The sound was definitely behind. Aoki looked at Rue's nearly healed wounds and shook his head slightly. He knew that the only way to counter the wounds inflicted by the demon devourer was to excise the surrounding flesh, allowing a demon's regenerative abilities to take effect again. When fighting a lower moon demon like Rue, who had formidable recovery and physical strength, it was crucial to crush their resistance swiftly. Otherwise, even with the demon devourer, the battle could drag on endlessly. Aoki raised his hand, aiming at Rue's head. "I thought you might be more entertaining, but seeing you try to run spoils the fun. I'll end this quickly." "End me in one breath?" Such arrogance. Rue spat back, though he was secretly on high alert. Lord Muzan had mentioned that the defector possessed a blood demon technique that could significantly enhance his strength for short periods. Aoki smiled knowingly. Rue's strength lay in his ability to manipulate spider silk for ranged attacks, but he was weak in close combat. The best strategy was to close the distance and engage him up close, which was Aoki's specialty. "Are you ready?" Aoki asked, then disappeared into thin air. Before Rue could react, a powerful hand gripped his face. "Got you." Aoki's voice was smug, and he forced Rue's head downward with tremendous force. Rue's neck twisted grotesquely, his head nearly driven into his chest. "Get off me!" Rue screamed, his fingers shooting out bloody threads. But Aoki vanished again. Rue realized with a start, is this ability similar to the teleportation of the Infinity Castle? Understanding it was one thing, countering it was another. Swoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air behind him, and Rue felt a searing pain in his neck. His vision spun as his head detached from his body. Aoki Ryu, storm. Aoki didn't relent this time, and there was no one to save Rue. As Rue's head fell to the ground, his body was torn into pieces, and the writhing flesh at his severed end struggled but failed to regenerate. Yet he clung to consciousness, attempting to sprout arms from his dismembered head. But before he could act, a heavy foot descended from above. Crunch! The dismembered body twitched once, then lay still, life draining from the severed pieces. Aoki didn't hesitate and absorbed Rue using the Demon Devourer. You have slain Lower Moon 5 and gained 600 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. The rewards for defeating a Lower Moon are indeed generous. Aoki raised an eyebrow in surprise. Earlier, the Demon Father had given him 180 experience points, and the other 3 demons had added another 209 points. In total, the Rue family had provided 989 experience points. This did not even include the bonus from defeating a Lower Moon. As expected, hunting elite enemies was the best way to level up. Of the 2 free attribute points he earned, Aoki first added 1 point to his constitution to balance his attributes, and the other to his strength. He decided to save his free skill points for now. Name, Aoki. Strength, 14. Constitution, 13. Intelligence, 13. Agility, 13. Occupation, Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality. Level, LV7, 394/700. Skills, Demon Blood 3, Space Shuttle, Transparent World, Not Yet Learned, Devouring Demons. Quest, The End of the Lower Moon, 1/3. Free skill points, 2. Looking over his system panel, Aoki felt a wave of satisfaction. Just 300 more experience points, and I can upgrade Demon Blood to level 4. Kane Kocho paused and surveyed the mountain in front of her. Is this Nagumo Mountain? A crow perched on her shoulder, ruffled its feathers to shake off the snow, and nodded. Yes. This is the place. Let's head up the mountain, then. Kane Kocho turned to the members of the hidden squad and signaled them to follow her. Guided by the crow, they soon reached the site where Aoki had battled the spider demons. It seems the fight wasn't intense. The gap in strength between the sides must have been significant, Kane observed, noting the sparse battle scars that the snow hadn't yet concealed. Found something? Over here. A member of the hidden squad called out, holding up a grotesque, human-headed spider. Kane's face darkened. Ignoring its terrifying appearance, she examined it carefully. After a moment, she stood up, her expression grim. It's treatable, but recovery will be difficult, and there's a high chance of lasting damage. The hidden squad member said nothing. To him, it was miraculous enough that Kane could even offer treatment. Master Kocho's prowess and kindness, coupled with her exceptional medical skills, made her a revered figure in the Demon Slayer Corps. After directing them to tend to the wounded, Kane set off alone to search for the remaining demons. According to the crow, more than one demon inhabited the mountain. Moreover, it had witnessed a demon with golden eyes killing another demon during the battle, a sight that defied all logic for the Demon Slayer Corps. Typically, demons only died from sunlight or the Nichiren blades wielded by demon slayers. Kane moved swiftly, like a graceful butterfly weaving through the forest. Despite her speed, she found no further trace of demons. Then she stopped abruptly, her eyes falling on the chaotic scene before her. Trees were slashed deeply, the ground was pitted and torn, and the snow was stained with blood. Another battlefield, much fiercer than the last, Kane mused. Feeling a presence, she looked up sharply. High in the branches of a nearby tree stood a figure. Judging by its aura, it was unmistakably a demon. Aoki looked down at her, recognizing the familiar yet slightly different figure. The uniform, the haori, the similar hair ornaments and face, this wasn't the short girl from his memory, but a taller, more composed version. Is that Kane Kocho? Aoki wondered to himself, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Her gentle presence was like a soothing balm. Aoki gave a slight nod to the girl, then activated his space shuttle ability, vanishing instantly from her sight. Chapter 33, Sisters' Night Talk. It's him, it's him, it's him. The black crow on butterfly Kane's shoulder flapped its wings excitedly, jumping around and shouting at the top of its lungs. After the demon had vanished, Kane finally allowed herself to relax, her body easing from its tense posture. Though Kane cherished the idea of coexistence between humans and demons, she knew the harsh reality. Humans feared and detested demons, and demons saw humans as nothing more than prey. True harmony between the two was impossible. Yet, something about this demon was different. Kane's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The demon she had just encountered exuded no malice. According to the crow, this demon was hunting other demons and had even directed the crow to bring humans to safety. All signs indicated he was unlike any other demon she had encountered. Regretfully, he had disappeared before any conversation could take place. Kane explored Nagumo Mountain further but found no other demons or any trace of the golden-eyed demon she had seen. With nothing more to discover, she headed back to the butterfly estate. By the time Kane had tended to the injured, evening had fallen. The warm, familiar glow of the butterfly estate was a welcome sight. As she stepped out of the ward, she saw a familiar figure at the entrance. A tired but gentle smile crossed her face. "Shinobu, you're back." Kane greeted her younger sister. "Welcome home, sister. I heard you went on a mission last night?" Shinobu asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Kane nodded, smiling. "Yes, but it wasn't to kill demons. I went to rescue people." Shinobu accepted this without much surprise. The Butterfly Estate, which they ran, was a key medical facility for the Demon Slayer Corps, and rescuing the injured was part of their duty. But Kane, eager to share her unusual experience, continued, "Shinobu, I met a very interesting demon during this mission." Shinobu's eyes widened. "Sister, I thought you said you weren't hunting demons?" Kane smiled mysteriously. "I didn't kill him." Shinobu was even more astonished. She knew her sister's compassionate nature and her hope for a world where humans and demons could coexist. But Kane had always adhered strictly to her duty. This was the first time she had heard of Kane sparing a demon. Understanding Shinobu's surprise, Kane gently tapped her on the forehead with a smile. "What are you thinking? I didn't let him go without reason." As night fell, the world outside was quickly engulfed in darkness. Inside the cozy estate, Kane and Shinobu sat on the bedside, each holding a cup of tea. It was indeed a very unusual demon, Kane said, recounting the events. She described how the demon had killed other demons, absorbed their essence, and even helped save humans, actions entirely uncharacteristic of any demon they knew. "If you ever encounter him, Shinobu, be very careful. His presence is powerful, akin to that of the 12 Kazuki," Kane warned. "A lower-rank demon?" Shinobu's tone was serious. "Did he have any distinguishing features?" Kane thought for a moment. "He's tall, very handsome, and looks almost human. The most striking feature is his golden vertical pupils." "Golden vertical pupils?" Shinobu's hand paused mid-air, the teacup barely missing her lips. Kane immediately noticed her sister's reaction. "What's wrong? Have you seen a demon like him before?" Shinobu shook her head slowly. "Not seen, but I've heard something that might be related." Curious, Kane leaned forward. "Tell me." Shinobu took a deep breath and began, Do you remember the mission I had recently? I went to investigate a case that turned out to be humans committing crimes under the guise of demons. During that investigation, I met a man named Mr. Aomura. At first, I suspected he might be a demon because of his peculiar behavior. She paused, gathering her thoughts. But after observing him going out during the day, I dismissed the idea. Kane listened intently, her expression thoughtful. There are two possibilities. One, it's a mere coincidence, and Mr. Aomura has no connection to the demon with golden eyes. Two, he could be the very same demon I encountered, and somehow he has overcome the effects of sunlight. Shinobu's face grew serious. The implications were staggering. If he has indeed conquered the sun, it's a disaster. Our Nichiren blades are only effective because they absorb sunlight. If a demon no longer fears the sun, beheading them might not be enough to kill them anymore. Kane, sensing her sister's distress, placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Don't worry too much, Shinobu. Even if Mr. Aomura is the demon I saw, he appears to be hostile to other demons and has shown no ill will towards humans. Shinobu was less optimistic. She recalled the massacre Mr. Aomura had orchestrated, killing hundreds of criminals in one night. While they were indeed wicked, his actions indicated a capacity for extreme violence. If he was a demon, the danger he posed would be immense. We need to inform the higher-ups about this, sister, Shinobu insisted. Kane nodded. I'll report the golden-eyed demon's presence to the core, and I'll share your findings about Mr. Aomura. We need to be vigilant, but we should also avoid unnecessary panic. Shinobu agreed, though her concern remained palpable. A demon that could withstand sunlight and possess such formidable strength and elusive abilities was a threat unlike any they had faced before. Let's hope it's just a coincidence, Kane added, trying to soothe her sister's worries. Even Kabutsuji Muzan himself hasn't overcome the sun. If a demon had managed such a feat, Muzan would likely be pursuing him relentlessly. So far, we've seen no sign of such an upheaval. Shinobu nodded, slightly reassured by Kane's reasoning. Reflecting on their discussion, Shinobu thought of her friend, Mitsuri Kanroji, who was training to master breathing techniques. Mitsuri's strength and talent suggested she might become a Hashira one day. How would she react to the news of Mr. Aomura being a demon? Mitsuri had joined the Demon Slayer Corps with a desire to protect others, inspired by the belief that even someone as powerful as Mr. Aomura could be a force for good. Shinobu desperately hoped it was all just a coincidence. The idea that Mr. Aomura, a figure Mitsuri admired, could be a demon was unsettling. Chapter 34, Sharing the Moon. Bang, bang, bang. Just like a typhoon passing through, the room was left in ruins. Shattered equipment and collapsed furniture lay in disarray. In the midst of this chaos stood Muzan Kabutsuji, his expression twisted in fury, his aura pulsating ominously. Defector, he spat out the word with venom, his rage echoing in the silence. One of his own had been slain, by a defector. As Muzan's rage subsided, a cold, calculating look replaced his fury. From the final memories of Rue, he had seen the unthinkable, a demon consuming another demon. This defector not only neutralized the regeneration ability of demons, but also grew stronger by devouring them. Could this defector have found a way to overcome sunlight? As this chilling possibility dawned on him, Muzan's fury flared briefly, before he mastered it once again. He turned and left the wrecked room, his resolve hardening. This was the first time he had encountered such a demon. The upper moons would be mobilized. The defector had to be captured or destroyed. Unaware of the turmoil he had caused in Muzan's ranks, Aoki trekked through the dense jungle. The night pressed in around him as he moved silently, conserving his strength. Traveling by space shuttle, his unique ability to traverse distances instantaneously was something he avoided due to its high energy cost. Unless circumstances were dire, Aoki preferred to rely on his own 2 feet. His mind replayed the recent battle with Rue. Without space shuttle, my current strength is barely enough to contend with a lower-ranked demon. But if I use space shuttle effectively, I can catch them off guard and quickly finish them off, Aoki mused. Though his power had grown, Aoki realized that having a Nichiren blade would have made dispatching demons more efficient. However, his goal wasn't merely to kill demons, but to refine his own abilities and grow stronger. Aoki reviewed the fight meticulously, noting flaws in his technique, mistimed moves, imprecise strikes. These were issues that required continuous improvement through battle experience. By dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the canopy, Aoki completed his introspection. Unlike typical demons, he didn't seek the shelter of shadows. Instead, he donned a wide-brimmed hat and continued his journey under the sun's gaze. Though demons didn't need sleep, Aoki still scouted for demon activity during the day and hunted by night. His growth had made encounters with lesser demons less fruitful, pushing him to seek stronger adversaries. A few days later, he arrived at the bustling city of Asakusa. The streets were alive, brightly lit even at night. Here at last, he murmured, taking in the scene. Finding the remaining lower-ranked demons in the sprawling metropolis of Tokyo would be a daunting task, akin to finding a needle in a haystack. His attempts to gather information had yielded little since demons were forbidden from congregating. Based on what Rue had revealed, other demons like Kyogai might have been replaced, and their hideouts were known. Kyogai's lair, the drum house, was his next target, rumored to be south-southeast of Asakusa. As he navigated the lively streets, he considered his next steps. Since I'm here, I might as well visit Lady Tamayo. Aoki wandered through Asakusa's streets. The occasional passerby cast a curious glance his way, but he remained inconspicuous. Lady Tamayo and Yoshiwara were his potential allies. Sharing a common enemy and similar circumstances, their alliance was natural, even if they were unaware of his existence. Yoshiro's blood demon art allowed for invisibility, making them hard to locate unless they wanted to be found. If I don't find Lady Tamayo first, perhaps I'll run into Muzan, he thought with a wry smile, turning onto a quieter street. Ahead, a noodle cart caught his eye. The vendor, a burly man, sat beside it, puffing on a cigarette. Noticing Aoki's gaze, the man looked up. "Fancy a bowl of udon," he offered. Aoki shook his head politely. The vendor shrugged and returned to his cigarette. "Is there something special happening in Asakusa tonight?" Aoki asked, casually. The vendor glanced at him as if he were daft. "New Year's is just around the corner, that's why it's so lively." Aoki blinked in surprise. "New Year's already?" 3 days away, the vendor confirmed, tapping his cart with his pipe. "This is my last night out here. After tonight, I'm done till next year." Aoki nodded, lost in thought as he walked away. The idea of the new year stirred something deep within him. Though it didn't align with the New Year celebrations of his old life, it evoked memories. He still had people he cared about in this world. "I wonder how Takaina and Sensei's wife are doing," he mused, glancing at the crescent moon hanging in the sky. In a warmly lit room far from Asakusa, Ri and Takaina sat opposite each other, a table laden with food between them. "Let's eat," they said in unison, clapping their hands together. "Takaina, do you want to go to the temple fair with me tomorrow?" "We need to buy some things for New Year," Ri suggested, her voice bright with excitement. Takina's eyes lit up. "Of course." Ri continued, "The fair here is even better than the ones we used to go to." As Ri described the bustling stalls and colorful sights, Takina's responses became more subdued. The room, filled with laughter a moment ago, grew quieter. "I saw some lovely shrimp today. We could buy some and make tempura," Ri said, smiling. Takina's face lit up briefly. "Aoki loves shrimp." She trailed off, her chopsticks halting midair. Silence fell over the room. The warmth and cheer they had tried to force faded away. The new year is a time for reunion, but without Aoki, their family felt incomplete. Takaina placed her chopsticks down and stared out the window. "I wonder what Aoki is doing. Why hasn't he come to see us for so long?" Ri's gaze followed Takina's, both women looking out at the crescent moon in the sky. It mirrored the moon from the previous year, a time when Aoki was still healing from his injuries, unable to join in their celebrations. Chapter 35, Tamayo and Yoshiro. Aoki studied the system panel. He hadn't been idle on his way to Asakusa. Rumors of demons or unusual disappearances had prompted his investigation. Yet, he had gained little. In this era, exchanging information is extremely difficult. News may not even travel beyond a single village, Aoki muttered to himself. A prosperous city like Asakusa shouldn't be devoid of demons, he reasoned. In the original series, after encountering Tanjiro, Muzan Kabutsuji quickly found 2 new subordinates. Could those 2 demons be here in Asakusa now? However, even if demons lurked in Asakusa, finding them wouldn't be easy. Hunting demons in a city posed different challenges compared to the countryside. Unlike Tanjiro, Aoki lacked the ability to detect demons from afar using his sense of smell. As Aoki wandered through Asakusa, time passed quietly. The night deepened, and the number of pedestrians dwindled. Turning a corner, he came face to face with 2 individuals. A young woman with a striking appearance, long black hair styled into a large, low bun, wore a dark purple kimono. Next to her stood a young man with short light green hair, also clad in a kimono. What a coincidence! Aoki remarked, coming to a stop. Tamayo and Yoshiro. In the original series, both had made significant contributions in combating demons, particularly Muzan. Tamayo, in particular, played a crucial role. Her medicinal knowledge proved essential in defeating Muzan Kabutsuji. Aoki hadn't sought them out specifically, but their unexpected encounter intrigued him. Unlike Aoki's apparent delight, Tamayo and Yoshiro's expressions darkened upon seeing him, especially Yoshiro, whose visage turned notably grim. Lady Tamayo, please leave first. He hurriedly took out a charm. Wait a minute, Yoshiro. Tamayo said. Yoshiro couldn't calm down at all. Encountering a demon was their worst-case scenario, especially so close to the new year. Suddenly, Yoshiro found his hand empty, the charm had vanished into thin air. Aoki's figure appeared next to him. Don't be alarmed, I mean you no harm. Yoshiro's expression changed drastically. He hadn't sensed the enemy's approach at all. Lady Tamayo, leave quickly. With a look of determination on his face, he rushed towards Aoki. Tamayo grabbed his arm and spoke up, her voice raised slightly. Stop it, Yoshiro. Yoshiro hesitated briefly before Yoshiro shook his head, his attitude firm. Yoshiro could only give up. Tamayo looked at Aoki and leaned slightly. I'm sorry, sir, I apologize to you on behalf of Yoshiro. Aoki smiled. You're welcome, Miss Tamayo, you have a great name that I have admired for a long time. Yoshiro also realized the problem at this time, but he was still vigilant and guarded Tamayo's side closely. Tamayo looked at Aoki with a slightly strange look in his eyes. Sir, if I guess correctly, you. She paused, and Aoki gave the answer directly. That's right, I have gotten rid of the control of Kabutsuji Muzan. In fact, you may not have been in contact with other demons. I am quite famous among demons recently. Tamayo's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Aoki say that name. Her greatest wish is to kill Muzan Kabutsuji. However, she is not good at fighting, and the same goes for Yoshiro. As a demon, it is not convenient for her to come into contact with the Demon Slayer squad. Although she always firmly believes that as long as the power of people with the same ambition is gathered together, Muzan will be able to be completely killed. However, for hundreds of years, she has not found even a companion except Yoshiro. Until now. Although they spoke less than 10 sentences in total, and although she didn't even know the gentleman's name, she was convinced that she had finally met an ally. And this seems to be an ally who is very good at fighting. Taking a deep breath, Tamayo regained her composure. This is not the place to talk, please come with me. Aoki took it easy and walked forward, walking side by side with her. Yoshiro's face was full of reluctance, but he didn't say anything else. Passing through a wall, a beautiful 2-story building suddenly appeared in a place that was originally empty. Entering the room, the 3 of them sat opposite each other. Aoki was the first to speak. Before we get down to business, I'll give you a gift first. After saying that, he looked at Yashiro and ordered. Go and bring 3 cups. Yashiro looked at him in disbelief. Yashiro. Tamayo said. Yes. Lady Tamayo. Yashiro glared at Aoki and went to get the cup honestly. Tamayo looked at Aoki and said apologetically. Actually, that child didn't mean any harm. I know. Aoki smiled. In fact, he was just teasing Yashiro. Soon, Yashiro returned with 3 cups. Aoki opened the demon wine gourd, filled 3 cups, and made a pleased gesture. Try it. Tamayo picked up the cup and took a sip, her delicate body stiffening slightly. Yashiro looked even more incredulous. Aoki had been paying attention to their expressions, and when he saw this scene, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. To humans, demon wine is no different from ordinary wine. Other demons are enemies, and he can't share it with them. The magic of demon wine has always been unknown. He is like a fisherman who caught a big fish, but has no one to share it with. He has always felt a little regretful. Until today, he finally got what he wanted. It's been a long time since I tasted the taste of wine. Tamayo sighed softly. She didn't like drinking when she was alive, but now she tasted all kinds of flavors. This is indeed a very precious gift. Aoki smiled and raised his glass. This time even Yashiro didn't make a fuss, and raised his glass with Miss Tamayo in response. Next, the 3 of them didn't speak, and tasted the demon wine silently until the glass was empty. The relationship between the 3 of them suddenly became much closer. Aoki said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Aoki. About 2 months ago, I met Muzan Kabutsuji and was turned into a demon by him. My name is Tamayo, and this child is Yashiro, a demon created by me." Tamayo paused here, looked at Aoki's calm expression, and asked, curiously. Mr. Aoki doesn't seem surprised at all. Aoki smiled. I said before that I had heard of Miss Tamayo for a long time, but it was not a compliment. Yashiro was once seriously ill and dying, and he accepted Tamayo's experiment and became a demon and survived. You know, making demons is the patent of Muzan Kabutsuji. However, Miss Tamayo broke this law. Unfortunately, she tried many times for more than 200 years, and only Yashiro succeeded in the end. But does this also mean that the secret of demons is not that clever? Tamayo can't crack it now, but technology will continue to advance, and medicine will develop accordingly. If it can't be done now, will there be a chance in the future? Aoki doesn't want to be a demon. Demons lack human desires and have lost this part of enjoyment. As time goes by, the lack of desires may also cause personality distortion and cognitive changes. But he doesn't want to give up the power of demons. If the secret of demons can be completely cracked, can the double method be found? Of course, he also understands that this is just an unrealistic dream at present. Demons are the product of accidental birth. Whether the secret can be cracked is completely unknown. Even if it can be cracked, it may take an extremely long time. Chapter 36, Cooperation. After both parties introduced themselves, the atmosphere in the room became more harmonious. Tamayo began to share details of her research with Aoki, discussing various experiments she had conducted since becoming a demon. Aoki reciprocated by detailing his recent encounters and battles with demons, including his strategies and newfound abilities. Suddenly, Tamayo's beautiful face showed a hint of hesitation. Mr. Aoki, you are now, Aoki looked at her expression and quickly caught on. Miss Tamayo, are you asking about cannibalism? Tamayo pursed her lips, her demeanor intellectual and gentle. After I became a demon, I fell into despair for a while and consumed many humans. However, through transformations of my body, I not only escaped Muzan Kabutsuji's control, but also no longer need to consume humans. Now, I survive by drinking only a small amount of human blood. Yashiro nodded in agreement, adding, I require even less blood than Tamayo. If you're willing, Mr. Aoki, I could try to help you. Tamayo offered tentatively. Aoki interrupted her, his voice firm. I don't consume humans. Tamayo looked surprised. You mean you have no desire for human flesh and blood? Yes, Aoki affirmed. I've never consumed humans and have no need to. Tamayo appeared intrigued. Mr. Aoki, does that mean you lack the typical urges of a demon? That's correct, Aoki nodded. Instead, I consume demons for sustenance. Consume demons? Even Yoshiro, who had been listening quietly, now looked up with keen interest. Don't believe it? Would you like to see for yourself? Aoki extended his palm, activating his demon-devouring ability towards Yoshiro. Yoshiro frowned and dodged his palm, feeling uncomfortable as it neared him. You're quite sensitive. Aoki remarked, impressed. Yoshiro, however, didn't appreciate the compliment. Tamayo pondered for a moment. Is this your blood demon art? Something like that, Aoki replied vaguely, deciding it best not to divulge too much about the system. Tamayo didn't press further, but chuckled softly. Mr. Aoki, with this ability, you could become a significant threat to Muzan Kabutsuji. He's already taken notice, Aoki revealed. Just a few days ago, I eliminated Lower Moon 5. Interestingly, his experiences mirrored Muzan Kabutsuji's, so Muzan has taken special interest in him. I imagine Muzan Kabutsuji must be quite furious right now. Tamayo and Aoki exchanged knowing glances, sharing a silent moment of satisfaction. The more agitated Muzan Kabutsuji became, the happier they felt. Yoshiro clenched his teeth, visibly uncomfortable with their shared amusement. Aoki's expression turned serious. Ms. Tamayo, I hope we can forge an alliance and aid each other in dealing with Muzan Kabutsuji. I couldn't ask for more, Tamayo replied earnestly. It's a shame we can't contact the Demon Slayer Corps. If we could unite with them, our chances of defeating Muzan Kabutsuji would greatly increase. Aoki remained silent. The current Demon Slayer Corps, especially the Hashira, harbored intense animosity towards demons. In the original series, Tamayo and Yoshiro had cooperated with the Demon Slayer Corps due to Nezuko's precedent and under dire circumstances, setting aside their differences. However, the present situation wasn't conducive to such cooperation. Aoki had no intention of chasing after cold receptions. He saw no reason to engage with the Demon Slayer Corps. Ms. Tamayo, I understand you are skilled in medicine, Aoki said, steering the conversation. I hope you can develop a drug capable of inhibiting Muzan Kabutsuji's ability to regenerate and escape. This was the primary goal behind Aoki seeking out Tamayo. The greatest challenge in defeating Muzan Kabutsuji was his ability to split and flee, a tactic that had thwarted even the legendary Yoriichi Tsujikuni. In the original series, it was Tamayo and Kocho Shinobu who, through collaborative research, developed drugs that played a pivotal role in suppressing Muzan Kabutsuji's regeneration and eventual defeat. Actually, I've been researching similar methods for years, Tamayo revealed. Not only to counter his regeneration but also to weaken him with various poisons. However, due to the scarcity of Muzan Kabutsuji's blood, progress has been limited. I'll find a way to procure the blood, Aoki declared, without hesitation. Tamayo's face brightened with joy. Having a formidable ally certainly had its perks. However, her smile faded as she spoke cautiously, Mr. Aoki, Muzan Kabutsuji is exceptionally resilient. Given enough time, he can metabolize any poison. It's impossible to kill him with poison alone. Aoki remained composed. Ms. Tamayo, focus on the medicine. Leave the rest to me. Tamayo regarded him thoughtfully, a gentle smile touching her lips. All right. I trust you, Mr. Aoki. Aoki recalled something and inquired, is Muzan Kabutsuji currently in Asakusa? Tamayo nodded slowly. Yes. From what I know, he maintains multiple identities and spends more than half of his time here in Asakusa. Is it safe for you to be so close to him? Aoki frowned. Though Tamayo and Yoshiwara had managed to remain safe thus far in the original series, Aoki harbored doubts. Now that Tamayo was crucial to his plans to defeat Muzan Kibutsuji, any misstep could prove fatal. In truth, staying near Muzan Kibutsuji has been an opportunity for me to find a way to end him, Tamayo confessed, her expression conflicted. Now, with your help, Mr. Aoki, I believe we no longer need to take such risks. We should consider relocating to a safer place in the near future. That's for the best, Aoki agreed with a nod. The two continued to converse throughout the night. Tamayo, with centuries of experience, exuded an air of gentle wisdom and elegance. Aoki, hailing from an era of information explosion, offered a perspective that transcended time and possessed a vision equally as profound as Tamayo's. Most importantly, their shared identities as demons and their mutual objectives fostered a natural sense of camaraderie. At Tamayo's invitation, Aoki decided to stay temporarily, intending to depart after the new year. Despite his physical stamina, the mental exhaustion from his recent endeavors warranted a brief respite. Chapter 37, Kyogai, a New Lower Moon. 5 days later. Crash. Clear wine flowed from the mouth of the gourd into the exquisite porcelain bottle. Remember to drink it within 12 hours, or it will turn into ordinary wine, Aoki reminded. After stowing away the demon wine gourd, the demon wine would expire after 12 hours. 12 hours? Got it. Yoshiwara nodded. Aoki put away the demon wine gourd and turned to look at them. I'll be leaving now. Please, stay safe, Tamayo said with a slight bow. Yoshiwara, with a serious expression, added, don't get yourself killed, I still want more of that wine. Don't worry. Aoki waved dismissively and headed outside. He pondered whether to inform Tamayo about the blue spider lily. Tamayo was undoubtedly one of the best doctors in the world, capable of studying the blue spider lily and creating medicines. But, after careful consideration, he decided against it. First, Tamayo was focused on studying the poison to weaken Kibutsuji Muzan. More importantly, he didn't currently possess the blue spider lily. The streets of Asakusa were deserted, with most shops closed. Next, we could try finding Tanjiro's family, Aoki thought. Not only was the blue spider lily significant, but Tanjiro's blood also held potential. As a demon, Tanjiro showed more promise than even Muzan Kibutsuji. While Muzan had sought a way to withstand sunlight for millennia, Tanjiro, after becoming a demon, overcame the sun's effects almost instantly. Leaving Asakusa behind, Aoki headed south-southeast. In the dimly lit room, candlelight flickered, casting numerous shadows. Etsu Weijing peeked out from under the quilt, tucking in his younger siblings. Mom, aren't you going to sleep? Etsu, go to bed. I need to mend this dress first, Masako Weijing replied, blowing on her cold fingers. It had been particularly chilly lately, especially at night. With work during the day, household chores had to wait until night. If delayed, the children might go hungry. Let me help, Mom. Etsu offered eagerly. No need, just rest, Etsu, Masako said, smiling gently as she rubbed his little head. The children were so sensible. In 2 years, it wouldn't be as hard as it was now. Suddenly, Etsu's face turned pale, and he looked at the window in horror. Masako turned back instinctively. Crash! The window shattered, and a huge hand reached inside, grabbing Masako Weijing. No! It's a demon! Masako screamed, recognizing the arm's owner, her face filled with despair. She knew this demon. Months ago, her husband had died protecting them from this very demon. Now it had returned. Mom! Etsu hurriedly climbed out of bed. Masako burst into tears and shouted, Etsu, protect your brothers and sisters. She knew how terrifying this demon was. It was beyond human capability to fight. She was certain she would die. The only relief was that the demon had only grabbed her, sparing her children for now. Etsu hugged his younger siblings, who had woken in fright, and huddled in the corner, his face full of confusion and fear. Boom, boom, boom. Under the moonlight, a tall figure ran wildly. 6 drums were embedded in his body, and he carried a human on each shoulder. Kyogai's face was filled with impatience. Go back. Return quickly. I can start eating when I get back. He had been in an excited mood recently. He had met the man by chance not long ago and had been promoted to the 12th Kazuki. I am one of the 12 Kazuki, the strongest among demons. I am. Kyogai muttered, trying to dispel the worry gnawing at him. Lately, he noticed his strength wasn't increasing as much after consuming humans. This frightened him. It was a sign his potential was nearly exhausted. If he couldn't grow stronger, he feared losing his rank among the 12 Kazuki. No. That can't happen. Kyogai exhaled 2 streams of hot air from his nostrils. He couldn't allow that to happen. He needed to eat more people, become stronger. Kyogai quickened his pace. He preferred bringing prey back home to eat. He felt safest and strongest in his own home. He even tried to keep his prey alive as long as possible. He believed fresh food made him stronger. After passing through a jungle, a building suddenly appeared before him. The surroundings were overgrown with weeds, neglected for a long time. However, the path to the door showed frequent use. I'm here. Kyogai exclaimed excitedly, striding forward. He entered the house, tossing the living aside, and picked up the dying one, opening his mouth wide. Crunch. Masako covered her mouth tightly, tears streaming down her face, her body shaking with fear. Got eaten. Will I end up like this too? It's so scary. What will happen to my children if I die? The eldest, Etsu, is only 10. Can they survive on their own? The thought gave Masako a strong will to survive. Her legs, no longer weak, found strength. She scrambled towards the window. But after a few steps, a large hand suddenly reached out, grabbing her head. Kyogai lifted Masako off the ground, fury blazing in his eyes. Trying to run away? Then I'll eat you first. He dropped the severed thigh he was holding and gripped Masako's neck, ready to tear her head off. In the next instant, his hand was empty, and his prey vanished. Masako stared in shock at the young man who had appeared out of nowhere. Her mind was blank, with only one thought repeating, I'm not dead. I'm not dead. The stranger, Aoki, glanced at her. Can you still move? Snapping back to reality, Masako nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Aoki pointed to a corner of the room. Go over there and stay low. I don't want you getting hurt. Okay, I will, she replied, scurrying to the corner without hesitation. Just as she reached it, she turned back to warn him, be careful, it's a demon. Masako couldn't see what was happening, but Kyogai, now glaring at Aoki, recognized the intruder. You. Why did you break into my house? That's my prey. Aoki noticed the character lower 6, glowing in Kyogai's eyes, and smiled with satisfaction. I'm quite fortunate, Aoki remarked. I only came here on a hunch, but it seems you've advanced to the 6th rank of the lower moon. == Chapter 38, Advanced Space Shuttle. Aoki's words only fueled Kyogai's rage. Why? Why did you do this to me? Damn you. You deserve to die. I'm going to kill you. Aoki stared back at Kyogai and bluntly remarked, why are you so weak? Kyogai's eyes turned crimson instantly. Being looked down upon had always been his sore spot, and becoming a demon was his Achilles heel. I'm not saying your strength is truly lacking, but it hasn't reached the standard of the lower moon 6. Aoki's explanation only made things worse. Kyogai's expression soured. I know who you are, you're a defector. If I kill you, maybe I won't be removed from the list by that elder. Perhaps I can gain more blood, become stronger, and rise in rank. Kyogai lunged forward, his arm raised. Shang Su drum strike. He unleashed his full force. Boom. Kyogai struck his chest drum first, sending 5 claw-shaped attacks slashing towards Aoki like deadly blades. Boom. Almost simultaneously, he struck the drums on his right shoulder and left leg, shaking the room violently. Masako, hiding in the corner, watched in shock as she found herself airborne for no apparent reason. Aoki lost his balance and fell, the claw attack shadowing him. Despite this, he remained composed. Space-type blood demon art, Aoki muttered, noting it was the first he encountered besides his own space shuttle. It was versatile, combining attack, control, and evasion, a fascinating skill. Perhaps this was why Muzan Kabutsuji promoted Kyogai to Lower Moon 6. Collecting his thoughts, Aoki suddenly vanished. Huh? Where did he go? Before Kyogai could react, darkness enveloped him. Aoki style, death. Aoki struck, severing Kyogai's right arm, which flew off with drum attached. Kyogai grimaced attempting to strike his chest drum, but Aoki intercepted, smashing his elbow. Crack! His left arm shattered. Normally minor injuries would heal back instantly, but not now. Boom! 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 Aoki struck repeatedly precise, and fluid Kyogai seemed to cooperative unwilling presenting his head and limbs for blow. Boom! Kyogai head exploded defense shattered. Aoki changed tactics. Aoki style Strom. His seamless attack transitioned into a violent onslaught. Boom! Kyogai fragmented body slammed against the wall, then crashed into the floor, rolling to stop. Vital joints and muscles were mangled, suppressing his regeneration. Kyogai lay twitching on the floor, unable to move. Aoki approached, his gaze steady. Blood demon art is intriguing, he remarked, but it lacks versatility in close combat. He extended his hand over Kyogai's broken body, and Kyogai's form began to twist and distort, gradually being absorbed into an invisible vortex. Lower 6 defeated. Plus 150 experience points. Congratulations on your level up. Only 150 experience points? Aoki mused. Then, he paused, reflecting deeply. Closing his eyes, he activated his space shuttle ability. Instead of his usual precise movements, Aoki found himself flipping upside down, crashing heavily to the floor. The impact startled Masako, who watched with concern. Sir, are you all right? She asked, edging closer. I'm fine, Aoki reassured her, waving her off as he rose to his feet. His eyes gleamed with understanding. So, that's how it works. He had discovered a new dimension to his power. Devouring demons didn't just provide energy, it could enhance his abilities. Before, he thought it merely boosted his attributes. Now, he realized it could strengthen his blood demon arts, such as Space Shuttle. After absorbing Kyogai, Space Shuttle gained a new feature, the ability to adjust spatial orientation without needing visual cues. This pointed to a path for growth, augmenting his blood demon arts by consuming demons with unique abilities. Too bad there are so few demons with space-type blood demon arts, Aoki pondered, thinking of Yeim, the mistress of the Infinity Castle. Unfortunately, the Infinity Castle lay in another realm, only accessible with Muzan Kabutsuji's permission. Even if invited, Aoki would refuse. Muzan's domain was a perilous place, even for powerful demons like him. Pushing aside these thoughts, Aoki turned to Masako. Are you hurt? He asked, his voice gentle. Masako shook her head, her gratitude evident. No, thanks to you, I'm safe. Aoki glanced out the window. It's nearly dawn. You'll be safe here for now. Leave after sunrise. This drum house belonged to Kyogai, and it was unlikely other demons would be nearby. Masako nodded. Thank you. What about him? She gestured to Kyogai's lifeless body. He probably has money. Take it. And there may be more bodies in this house, with valuables. Masako's relief and gratitude were palpable. She had narrowly escaped death, but her life remained filled with challenges, a damaged home, ruined clothes, and the uncertainty of survival without work for the day. Aoki stood, preparing to leave. When you get back, plant wisteria or burn wisteria incense. It will help keep demons away. Please, may I know your name? I want to pray for you, Masako requested earnestly. No need, Aoki replied, shaking his head. He then vanished into the night without another word. Masako bowed deeply in the direction he had gone. May your path be blessed. Determined to rebuild, she searched the house and found 2 more bags of money, enough to support her family through the tough times ahead. As the sky lightened, she hurried home, arriving near noon. Etsu. Mom. Her son, Etsu, dropped the firewood he was carrying, staring at her in disbelief. Masako enveloped him in a tight embrace. Mom. Etsu cried, tears streaming down his face as he clung to her. Chapter 39, For Skill. Aoki wore his bamboo hat as he strolled along the country road, letting the sun warm his face. He had discovered another benefit of his demon-devouring ability. While it was a pleasant surprise that Space Shuttle had received a slight enhancement, other aspects were less impressive. Only 150 experience points? That's a joke for a lower moon demon. Aoki muttered, shaking his head as he glanced at the system prompt. Kyogai held the title of lower moon but lacked the strength that usually came with it. Fortunately, Aoki had hunted several demons on his journey to the drumhouse. These encounters had allowed him to level up, despite Kyogai's disappointing yield. Even though Kyogai was a weak lower moon, the system still acknowledged his title. Name, Aoki. Strength, 14. Constitution, 13. Intelligence, 13. Agility, 13. Occupation, Hunter, White Walker. Free attribute points, 2. White Walker. Quality. Level, 8, 54/800. Skills, Demon Blood 3, Space Shuttle, Transparent World, Not Yet Learned, Demon Devouring. Quest, The Last Days of the Lower Moon, February 3rd. Free skill points, 3. Aoki allocated his 2 free attribute points to intelligence and agility, as was his custom, saving constitution for later. He looked down at his system panel, feeling a mix of pride and anticipation. From the time he had left Mount Fuji, he had traveled extensively and finally accumulated 3 skill points. Learn level 4, Demon Blood. He didn't hesitate. Demon Blood was the only skill currently available for an upgrade. All attributes, +1. A surge of warmth coursed through his body, and Aoki felt a significant boost in his strength. Name, Aoki. Strength, 15. Constitution, 14. Intelligence, 15. Agility, 15. Occupation, Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality. Level, 8, 800/24. Skills, Demon Blood 4, Space Shuttle, Transparent World, Not Yet Learned, Demon Devouring. Quest, The End of the Lower Moon, March 2nd. With my average attributes nearing 15, I should be able to defeat Rue without relying on the Space Shuttle, Aoki thought, nodding with satisfaction. The recent improvements to his 4 main stats had significantly increased his power since his last battle with Rue, where each attribute point had made a visible difference in his combat effectiveness. However, his satisfaction was tempered by the realization that the requirements for upgrading Demon Blood had increased again. To reach level 5, he needed 4 skill points. The same was true for learning Transparent World. I can feel that my bloodline is nearing a limit. An improvement might push me into a new realm, perhaps granting me the ability to survive beheading? The idea thrilled Aoki. If he could survive decapitation and combine that with Space Shuttle, the Demon Slayer core would no longer pose a threat to him. Transparent World also held significant promise. If he could learn it, his strength would surely reach upper moon levels, even without further attribute increases. 4 + 4 = 8, 8 divided by 1 = 8, 88 is 64, 47 is 28. T/N? Aoki calculated the numbers in his head, his lips curling in a wry smile. Without additional tasks rewarding skill points, he would have to reach level 16 to acquire both skills. It felt like a long journey ahead. He had initially hoped that tasks could solve his skill point deficit. However, even the most challenging task he had undertaken, surviving death, had only rewarded him with 1 skill point. No other task had been as difficult or rewarding as the end of the lower moon. Aoki stared at the system panel in realization. Learning Space Shuttle 2. Sorry, not enough skill points. Learning Demon Devouring 2. Sorry, not enough skill points. He gasped. Can these skills be upgraded as well? It made sense. If Demon Blood could reach at least level 5, then other skills should have similar potential. Delving into the details, he finally understood their full capabilities. Level 2 Space Shuttle would allow him to create a space mark and teleport to it without distance restrictions, addressing the current limitation of short-range movement. But the real surprise came with Level 2 Demon Devouring. While Level 1 only boosted attributes, Level 2 not only enhanced his devouring ability but also granted skill points. This is how to solve the skill point shortage, Aoki realized with a sense of relief and excitement. In his battle with Rue, he had noticed Demon Devouring was less effective against demons with strong regenerative abilities. Level 2 would not only increase its speed and range, but also its damage, making it a formidable weapon against even the upper moons and Muzan Kabutsuji. However, the learning requirements for both Level 2 Demon Devouring and Space Shuttle were steep, 4 skill points each. Upgrading all 4 of his skills would demand 16 skill points in total. Aoki took a deep breath. With limited resources, he needed to prioritize, and Demon Devouring 2 was the clear choice. Skills that provided additional growth benefits were best learned early. Enhancing Demon Devouring would also increase his efficiency in killing demons, bringing more rapid gains. Yet, even to learn Demon Devouring 2, he required 4 skill points. Normally, this would mean leveling up to 12. It's not that far off. If I can find another lower moon, assuming it's not another weak one like Kyogai, the experience from defeating it, plus the quest reward, could boost me 2 levels, to level 10. From there, reaching level 11 and then 12 wouldn't be far. Aoki chuckled dryly, knowing that relying on such good fortune was optimistic at best. The first step, finding another lower moon demon, was daunting. With only a few lower moons remaining and the vast world to search, tracking them down would be a formidable challenge. Each decision and each battle brought Aoki closer to his goal. He knew that perseverance and strategic thinking were his best allies. Chapter 40, Trap. In a dark alley, 2 drunken men cornered a young woman with a delicate appearance, pale face, and cold eyes. Hey, beautiful, why don't you come and play with us? One of the men slurred, raising a hand to touch her face. Poof. The man's arm was severed cleanly, and blood splattered onto his companion's face. Ah. Ah. Ah, he screamed, but his cries were cut short. A swift, cold light flashed through the air. Both men clutched their throats, terror etched on their faces as they collapsed to the ground. Muzan walked past their lifeless bodies, expressionless. Kyogai was dead, devoured by a defector. The 4th lower moon had not been replaced yet, and with the deaths of the 5th and 6th lower moons, half of the lower moons were now gone. Since the 12 Kazuki's inception, there had never been such a catastrophic loss. Demon slayers occasionally killed lower moons, but never at this scale. How did this defector manage it? Muzan mused. He found 2 lower moons one after another. Is he hunting them deliberately? Could he be getting stronger by devouring them, just as demons grow by consuming humans? A sinister glint flickered in his eyes. Let's give him a chance. After killing Kyogai, Aoki found himself without a specific target. Yet, he did not slacken his efforts. If anything, he was more driven than ever. 4 powerful skills lay within his reach, waiting to be mastered. They dangled before him like carrots, before a donkey, fueling his determination. Aoki became relentless, moving from town to town by day to gather information and hunting demons by night. His dedication surpassed even that of the Demon Slayer Corps. As winter turned to spring, Aoki found himself in a bustling city, not as grand as Asakusa, but still thriving. He preferred rural areas or mountain towns, where the chances of encountering demons were higher and detection easier. But rumors of hauntings in this city had drawn him in. "Boss, can you fill this up?" Aoki handed his wine gourd to the shopkeeper. While waiting, he casually asked, "I've heard this place is haunted." The shopkeeper's face tightened, and he nodded grimly. "Yes, over a dozen people have been killed this month alone." "Seriously?" Aoki feigned surprise, though inside, his interest was piqued. The shopkeeper filled the gourd and handed it back. "They say the man-eating demon has words engraved in its eyes. If you see someone like that, you should run as fast as you can." Aoki paused. "Words in its eyes? What words?" The shopkeeper scratched his head. "I think it's lower 3. But it's just rumors. I'm not sure of the details." "Lower 3? Aoki's mind raced. Could it be the third lower moon? Have I finally gotten lucky? Something felt off. With the strength of a lower moon, how could it be seen while killing? How could any witnesses survive? Despite his doubts, Aoki decided to investigate. It was his first promising lead since becoming a White Walker. Both Rue and Kyogai had been tracked down using knowledge from his previous life. Night fell. Aoki sat on the roof of a 2-story building, sipping his wine and waiting. In Asakusa, he had learned the difficulty of finding a demon in a big city. This time, he chose a different tactic, waiting for the demon to come to him. From his daytime inquiries, he knew the demon suspected to be the third lower moon was brazen, causing a commotion every time it appeared, as if wanting to be noticed. With his limited perception, Aoki couldn't cover the whole city, but he was patient. He could wait for the right moment. The first night was quiet. On the second night, the demon appeared but not in Aoki's vicinity, and he missed it again. Still, he remained patient. As an experienced hunter, he knew that patience was crucial. While Aoki waited, others grew anxious. In a forest outside the city, Benji, hidden in the shadows, muttered, "It's been over a month. Will the defector really show up? We don't even know where he is. Isn't this a waste of time? What if we attract the demon slayers instead?" Receiving no response, he glanced nervously towards another figure. "Lord Akaza?" Akaza's cold gaze met his. "Your job is to follow Lord Muzan's orders. Don't ask questions. And if the Demon Slayer Corps shows up, deal with them." Chilled by Akaza's murderous glare, Benji quickly lowered his head. "Yes, understood. I'm only concerned about wasting your time." Initially, Benji had resented Akaza, but after a single encounter, his defiance vanished. Akaza returned to contemplating a martial arts dilemma, confident that continued practice would eventually lead him to the supreme realm. As night fell again, Benji moved toward the city, following his usual routine. Despite his irritation at being confined, he enjoyed his nightly hunts. His only restriction was avoiding female victims, a taboo imposed by Akaza. Otherwise, he wasn't picky. "Who should I eat tonight? I've had adults recently. Maybe I'll change it up." His eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he quickened his pace. Akaza shadowed him from a distance, tasked with eliminating the defector if he appeared. Unbeknownst to them, 2 other lower moons were also drawing out the defector, each shadowed by the 2 most powerful upper moons. The plan was simple: bait the defector and strike with overwhelming force. Lord Muzan believes the defector's strength surpasses the lower moon's. He better not disappoint, Akaza thought, his eyes burning with anticipation. He thrived on combat with the strong, and the prospect of a worthy opponent excited him. As Aoki and the demons moved closer to their inevitable confrontation, the stage was set for a clash that would determine the fate of many. Each side was prepared, driven by their own motivations and desires, unaware of the unfolding chaos that would soon engulf them all. Chapter 41, 2 Tasks, Extra Chapter. The moon hung high, casting a soft glow over the dark, quiet streets. Stars were sparse in the clear sky. Aoki sat on the edge of a rooftop, his elbows resting on his knees. One hand supported his chin, while the other held a gourd of demon wine. He took a hearty gulp, savoring the warmth as it slid down his throat. It's almost time, he mused aloud, eyes scanning the streets below. The demons should make their move tonight. I wonder if they'll come my way. As he lifted the gourd for another sip, he noticed a swift-moving figure below, far too fast to be human. "They're here," Aoki muttered, a hint of excitement in his voice. He stashed the gourd and stood up, his senses sharpening. This presence, it feels strong, almost like a lower moon. Yet he knew that titles weren't always a true measure of strength. There were many powerful demons who didn't hold the lower moon title. Just a few weeks ago, he had dispatched a demon nearly as strong as Rue, earning him a substantial reward of 400 experience points. Regardless of whether this demon was Lower Moon 3, Aoki wasn't going to let it escape. Just as he was about to leap into action, he felt another, more menacing presence. Turning sharply, he spotted a figure with short pink hair and pale skin, covered in dark blue tattoos. His eyes were golden, inscribed with the words upper rank and 3. Akaza? Aoki's heart skipped a beat. What's the upper rank 3 doing here with the lower rank 3? Is this a trap? The realization hit him hard. This wasn't a case of a lower rank turning into an upper rank, both ranks were here, targeting him together. Ding! New mission acquired, the end of the upper moons. The end of the upper moons. The 12 Kazuki are the elite warriors, directly under Muzan Kabutsuji's command. The upper moons are his strongest lieutenants. Mission objective, kill 3 upper moons. Mission reward, 2,500 experience points, 3 skill points, bat wings. Ding! New mission acquired, hunter and prey. Hunter and prey. As you hunt, you realize you're also being hunted. Prove who the real predator is. Mission objective, complete the hunt while being interfered with by Akaza. Mission reward, 400 experience points, 1 skill point. The system's prompts bombarded him, but Aoki had no time to process them fully. Akaza vanished from sight, and instinctively, Aoki struck out at the air in front of him. Their fists collided with a resounding boom, sending shockwaves through the air. Akaza barely flinched, while Aoki was forced back, nearly losing his footing. Below, Binji, the lower rank 3, halted his movement and stared up in shock. Your fighting spirit is impressive, Akaza said, his voice tinged with excitement. Why are you working with lower rank 3? Is this a setup? Aoki demanded. Yes, Lord Muzan anticipated you would target the lower ranks and planned this trap specifically for you, Akaza replied, his confidence palpable. To him, Aoki was already a dead man. So, the scenes of devouring humans were staged to lure me, Aoki concluded. He shook his head, then asked, are there other teams like you out there? Indeed, lower rank 1 and lower rank 2 are also being shadowed by upper ranks, Akaza confirmed. Doma and Kokoshibo, Aoki murmured, recognizing the names. He hadn't expected Muzan to consider him such a significant threat. All the upper moons have been mobilized. Even the pillars wouldn't receive such attention. No more talking. Let's begin. Akaza assumed a martial stance, a 12-cornered snowflake pattern glowing beneath his feet. His eyes burned with anticipation. Fight me. Aoki felt a pang of regret. If only he had mastered the transparent world, he might have had a chance against Akaza today. The transparent world was a powerful asset against most opponents, but against Akaza, it was crucial. Can we make a deal? Let me take down lower rank 3 first, Aoki proposed, knowing the request was futile. If you can beat me, you can kill him at will, Akaza said, launching himself at Aoki with blinding speed. Destructive death, compass needle. Aoki met him head-on, their fists colliding again and again, sending shockwaves through the air. Destruction kill, chaos style. Akaza's attacks were relentless, his moves a blur of speed and power. Each strike was a calculated blow, designed to overwhelm. Aoki countered with his own technique. Aoki style, Death Calamity. The force of their blows tore through the rooftop, sending debris flying. Aoki struggled to hold his ground under the onslaught, each impact pushing him further back. Akaza's eyes lit up with excitement. You're strong. Destructive Death, Foot Style, Explosive Flurry. His kicks blurred into a whirlwind of force, each one faster and more precise than the last. Aoki blocked and parried with Death Calamity, his defenses strained to their limits. Boom. Boom. Boom, ***. Each clash sent shockwaves rippling through the air, pushing Aoki to the brink. He was barely managing to fend off Akaza's relentless assault. You're quite formidable, Akaza said, his voice tinged with respect. He unleashed a rapid series of blows. Destructive Death, 8-layered demon core. Bang! Aoki's body was battered, wounds opening across his form as he was sent flying. He hit the ground hard, coughing up blood, his bones aching from the force. As expected of upper rank 3, Aoki muttered, wiping blood from his lips. Akaza's attacks were brutal and precise, his speed and technique nearly overwhelming. In sheer combat skills, Akaza was superior. Aoki had always prided himself on his fighting prowess, often outmatching other demons. But today, he faced an opponent who not only matched but surpassed him in skill. Akaza's technique was enhanced by Compass Needle, a degraded version of the transparent world that allowed him to sense movements through the flow of fighting spirit. As Akaza bore down on him again, Aoki barely had time to roll out of the way. The ground where he had been standing exploded into a shower of debris. Boom! Akaza's blow shattered the floor, sending rubble flying. Destructive Death, Crushing Mountain, 10,000 Leaves Flashing Willow. The ground trembled as cracks spread outwards, collapsing 2 nearby houses. Fortunately, the area was deserted, sparing any innocent lives. Bang! The impact sent Aoki tumbling through the air, a deep gash tearing across his side, nearly cleaving him in half. But in an instant, he vanished, reappearing on a neighboring rooftop. Chapter 42, Consecutive Level Ups. Akaza emerged from the settling dust, his earlier excitement giving way to confusion. His eyes narrowed at Aoki, trying to understand what had just occurred. What happened? Why didn't I sense your fighting spirit? Akaza's voice was edged with curiosity. Aoki sighed, a hint of regret in his eyes. Honestly, I'd love to keep fighting you. The intensity of this battle has pushed my skills to their limits and beyond. He paused, glancing around as if expecting something. But, he continued, I'm worried that other upper moons, or even Muzan Kabutsuji himself, might already be on their way here. Akaza clenched his fists, pointing one at Aoki. Unfortunately for you, this isn't a fight you can just walk away from. Aoki's response was swift. No, I decide when this ends. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. Akaza's eyes widened. Again, he couldn't sense Aoki's movement, it was as if he had simply ceased to exist. At the end of the street, Benji, the lower rank 3, watched in stunned disbelief as Aoki suddenly appeared in front of him. Aoki style, Storm. Aoki's attack was swift and devastating. Benji barely had time to react, before his body was riddled with fist-sized holes. His limbs were rendered useless, and his head bore a gaping wound. Since his fight with Rue, Aoki's strength had grown significantly. The surprise attack nearly incapacitated lower rank 3 in an instant. Akaza, sensing Aoki's reappearance, summoned his needles and launched a counterattack. Destructive Death, Final Form, Blue-Silver Chaotic Afterglow. A barrage of missile-like projectiles filled the air, hurtling towards Aoki. He had no choice but to abandon his finishing move on Benji and dodge the onslaught. Boom. Boom. Boom, ***. Explosions rocked the street as the missiles struck, turning the area into a war zone. The ground fractured, and nearby houses crumbled into ruins. From the rubble, a mass of flesh began to reassemble into Benji's form. Akaza's attack had inadvertently helped him regenerate, but he was visibly weakened. Damn that traitor's strength. Benji thought bitterly, his face pale from the effort of regeneration. This wasn't part of the plan. Realizing the danger he was in, Benji turned and fled, not wanting to face Aoki's wrath again. The memory of his near-death experience was too fresh, too terrifying. As he ran, Akaza watched him with disdain. Foolish, he muttered. Running won't save you. He can reappear anywhere. Just then, Akaza felt a sharp presence behind him. Without turning, he kicked upward. Destructive death, foot style, crowned first cut. Aoki barely had time to switch from attack to defense. The force of Akaza's kick hit him like a sledgehammer, forcing him to disappear once more. Where did he go now? Akaza's frustration grew. Losing track of his opponent within the range of his compass was infuriating. Suddenly, he sensed movement again. Destructive death, foot style, flashing light group. He lashed out with a rapid side kick, but his foot met only empty air. This again? Akaza's voice was thick with irritation. What kind of technique is this? Is it some blood demon art? Rarely had Akaza encountered an opponent who left him feeling so unsettled. He prided himself on his combat skills, yet this battle was testing his patience and strategy. Then, a realization hit him. Aoki hadn't attacked again. Why? Had he given up? No, Akaza thought, eyes widening in alarm. Lower rank 3. He dashed in the direction where Benji had fled. Halfway there, the sound of fierce blows echoed through the night. A feeling of dread settled in his gut. Rounding the corner, Akaza's gaze turned icy cold. Aoki stood over the remains of Benji, smiling faintly. You're too late, he said. Lower rank 3's body lay in a crumpled heap, lifeless and consumed. The system's notifications filled Aoki's vision. Kill Lower Moon 3 and gain 500 experience points. Constitution, +1. The end of the Lower Moons, completed. Rewards distributed. Hunter and Prey, completed. Rewards distributed. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Aoki blinked, taken aback by the rapid succession of level-ups. He quickly did the math in his head. With the experience from Lower Moon 3, plus the 1,200 points from the end of the Lower Moons and 400 points from Hunter and Prey, he had gained 3 levels at once. Akaza's face contorted with anger, his golden eyes burning with rage. He didn't care about Benji's fate, but to kill him in Akaza's presence was a grave insult. The ritual begins. Akaza roared, as a massive 12-pointed snowflake symbol appeared beneath him. He charged at Aoki, his intent to kill clear. Aoki's mind raced. The situation had changed dramatically. With 3 new levels and 4 skill points, he could now learn 1 new skill. Should he choose Transparent World and try to defeat Akaza here and now? Akaza's tragic backstory flashed through Aoki's mind. Unlike Rue, who was pitiable, Akaza's story was filled with both pathos and a relentless drive. Yet, Aoki knew he couldn't afford to show mercy. Akaza's numerous sins over the centuries meant his death would be a release from his torment. But if I use my skill points on Transparent World, I'll have to delay upgrading Demon Devourer to level 2, Aoki thought. The cost of accumulating skill points was steep, and future experience gains would only get harder to come by. His hesitation lasted less than a second. Learn it, he decided. This was a rare opportunity. Missing it might mean never encountering Akaza under these conditions again. Killing Akaza would yield significant experience and fulfill the End of the Upper Moons quest, making it worth the investment. Aoki dodged Akaza's furious attack and was about to call out the system to learn Transparent World when a sudden, oppressive presence filled the air. The world seemed to freeze, and a wave of malevolence washed over him. Emerging from the shadows was a young man in a white shirt and black jacket, his skin as pale as death and his eyes a deep, plum red. The sheer force of his malice was almost palpable, turning the night into a living nightmare. Chapter 43, Demon Devourer Level 2. Aoki's eyes narrowed as he recognized the imposing figure approaching through the battlefield's haze. Kibutsuji Muzan. Stopping mid-action, he muttered under his breath, "So he's here already. What a shame." With Muzan's arrival, the prospect of killing Akaza had just evaporated. Aoki knew he needed to reassess the situation quickly. "We meet again," Muzan's voice was calm, almost deceptively friendly, as his gaze swept over the battlefield before locking onto Aoki. Aoki maintained his composure. "You're early. I wasn't expecting you so soon." To an outsider, their exchange might seem cordial, as if two old acquaintances were catching up after a long absence. "It's a pity I didn't realize your uniqueness right away," Muzan continued, his tone laced with a mix of curiosity and menace. "But I've got you now. Let's uncover your secrets." With a swift, almost casual motion, Muzan extended his hand. A sudden whip of dark energy lashed out towards Aoki, slicing through the air and effortlessly cutting through the surrounding houses as if they were made of paper. But just as it was about to connect with its target, Aoki vanished. Muzan's expression darkened. His eyes darted upward, sensing movement. Hovering above, Aoki looked down with a wry smile. "Thanks for the food, Muzan. We'll meet again soon." And with that, he disappeared into thin air, leaving behind nothing but a faint shimmer in the air. Muzan's face contorted with fury as he scanned the area, his eyes wide and searching for any sign of Aoki. There was none. "He's gone," Muzan growled, his voice thick with rage. "I can't believe he escaped right under my nose." In a fit of rage, Muzan unleashed a powerful shockwave, obliterating the nearest building and sending Akaza flying. Blood spewed from Akaza's mouth, but as a demon, such injuries were trivial and quickly healed. Akaza landed on his feet, approached Muzan, and knelt on one knee. "Master Muzan, the defector has a space-crossing ability." Muzan's eyes flared with anger, and another shockwave erupted from his body, sending Akaza crashing into the rubble with even greater force. "Do I need you to state the obvious?" Muzan's voice was cold, each word dripping with disdain. "Find a way to neutralize this ability." Akaza, bloodied but unbowed, pulled himself from the debris and responded respectfully, "Master, his ability seems similar to Nakaim's control of the Infinity Castle." Muzan stared at Akaza for a moment, his eyes narrowed as he considered this information. Without another word, he flicked his arm and vanished, leaving Akaza alone amidst the wreckage. Akaza clenched his fists, looking up at the sky with a burning resolve. "Defector, I won't forget this humiliation." By the river, a large tree stood tall, its leaves rustling softly in the gentle breeze. Ripples in the air began to form beneath its branches, gradually outlining and revealing Aoki's figure. He landed softly on the ground and immediately sank to his knees, exhausted from his rapid escape. Kibutsuji Muzan showed up in person, Aoki mused aloud, wiping the sweat from his brow. "He must see me as quite the threat." To Muzan, Hashira were mere nuisances, no more significant than flies, to be swatted away. Only the combined might of the entire Demon Slayer corps warranted his serious attention. Aoki chuckled to himself. "But I should thank him. His appearance made things quite interesting." He conjured a blue screen in his mind and began scanning the system's notifications with a keen eye. Physique +1, he noted, the result of enhancing the demon devouring ability. It had been some time since he last received an attribute reward. Leveling up 3 times in a single encounter was a rare feat, one he had never experienced before, even when his levels were much lower. This kind of confluence of circumstances was exceptional and might never happen again. Name, Aoki. Strength, 15. Constitution, 15. Intelligence, 15. Agility, 15. Occupation, Hunter, White Walker. Free attribute points, 6. Items, Chi and Blood Pill x3. White Walker. Quality, Level, LV11, 3/1100. Skills, Demon Blood 4, Space Travel, Transparent World, Not Learned Yet, Demon Devouring. Free Skill Points, 4. Quest, The End of Upper Moon, 0/3. Aoki savored his gains for a moment before deciding how to distribute his newfound attribute points. He allocated 2 points each to Strength and Intelligence, and 1 point each to Constitution and Agility. As the points settled into his being, he felt a surge of energy course through his body, gradually subsiding as he adjusted to his newfound power. Next, he turned his attention to upgrading Demon Devouring to level 2. With Muzan now on the scene, his plan to kill Akaza had been thwarted, but he could still proceed with his original strategy. A strange sensation washed over him as he activated the enhanced level 2 Demon Devouring. He examined his hand, feeling the power intensify with each moment. At level 2, the ability had undergone significant evolution. The speed at which he could devour demons had greatly increased, making it much harder to interrupt. Now, he could consume weaker demons without needing to beat them into submission first. Moreover, the effect of level 2 Demon Devouring was no longer confined to the point of contact. It inflicted damage throughout the demon's entire being, causing irreversible harm. This was akin to directly depleting their life force. With this upgrade, Aoki felt more formidable than ever in his battle against demons. Even Kabutsuji Muzan would not be immune to the devastating effects of his enhanced skill. Name, Aoki. Strength, 17. Constitution, 16. Intelligence, 17. Agility, 16. Occupation, Hunter, White Walker. Items, Chi and Blood Pill X3. White Walker. Quality. Level, LV11, 3/1100. Skills, Demon Blood 4, Space Travel, Transparent World, Not Learned Yet, Demon Devouring 2. Quest, The End of Upper Moon, 0/3. All my attributes are approaching 17, Aoki assessed with a hint of satisfaction. I'm on par with Akaza in terms of strength. Though my skills may not yet match his, with level 2 Demon Devouring, I now have a clear advantage. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, he turned his attention to the Chi and Blood pills. With a thought, a small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. He uncorked it, releasing a fresh, enticing aroma that filled the air. Aoki's mouth watered involuntarily. This was the second time since becoming a demon that he felt such a craving, the first time being for the ghost wine. Inside the bottle were 3 small, red pills, slightly larger than soybeans. He examined them closely, noting their vibrant color and subtle glow. The Chi and Blood pills were simple in their function, they replenished strength, akin to how human blood nourished demons. In essence, they were his equivalent of an energy booster, perfect for recovery in the midst of a battle. Pleased with his discovery, Aoki pocketed the pills. This operation had been incredibly fruitful, yielding more rewards than he had anticipated. Reflecting on his gains, Aoki stretched and relaxed under the shade of the tree. He had achieved a great deal, but he knew there was always a higher goal to set, a greater challenge to face. This operation was fruitful, he mused, already setting his sights on his next objective. Time to aim even higher. Chapter 44, Meeting of Pillars. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, the usually busy pillars had gathered together for a rare occasion, waiting silently. Moments later, a young man with severe wounds on his face, accompanied by a beautiful woman, slowly emerged from the room in front. "You're all here. I'm so glad we can all gather again for the pillar meeting." His voice was gentle and steady, with a unique rhythm that brought a sense of calm and happiness to those who heard it. All the pillars knelt on one knee. "Greetings, my lord. May my lord be in good health." Ubuyashiki Kagaya slowly sat down and smiled warmly. "Then, let's begin." The pillar meeting, held every 6 months, involves the pillars and the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, the head of the Ubuyashiki clan. They discuss matters such as the areas where demons appear, Muzan Kabutsuji's movements, the next generation of pillars, and the overall discipline and power balance of the Demon Slayer Corps. Time passed slowly. As the meeting was about to end, Ubuyashiki Kagaya spoke again. In addition to the matters we've covered, there's one last thing for this meeting, concerning a special demon. A special demon? Many of the pillars looked puzzled. The sound pillar, Yuzui Tengen, brushed the hair from his forehead and asked, "A special demon? My lord, is it one of the 12 Kazuki?" "It's not one of the 12 Kazuki." Ubuyashiki Kagaya shook his head. "For now, let's call him Aomura." Aomura first appeared in November last year at Fuja Mountain. Fuja Mountain? All the pillars were stunned, including the flower pillar, Kane Kocho, who knew part of the story. The wind pillar, Sanemi Shinazugawa, spoke grimly. "I remember that during that period, a large number of demons mysteriously died on Fuja Mountain." Kagaya nodded gently. "Initially, we couldn't uncover the truth behind the mysterious deaths of the demons, but now we can be reasonably sure that Aomura was responsible." The pillars grew more curious. It's not unusual for demons to fight each other, but without a Nichiren sword, it's difficult for a demon to kill another if their strengths are similar. How did Aomura kill dozens of demons in less than a month? And what was his purpose? Kagaya continued, "The first time we observed Aomura was when he left Fuja Mountain." Sanemi interjected, "My lord, please forgive my presumption." Leaving Fuja Mountain? Fuja Mountain is covered with wisteria flowers. How did he manage that? Kagaya's tone remained gentle. Aomura prepared special clothing to avoid contact with the wisteria flowers. Moreover, Aomura likely wasn't captured and placed in Fuja Mountain. He probably entered on his own. At this point, the pillars understood that Aomura had gone to Fuja Mountain to kill demons, and his strength must far exceed the demons there. Kagaya continued, "On the night Aomura left Fuja Mountain, something else happened. The lower rank 6 and lower rank 4 appeared at the foot of the mountain. They were there for Aomura. After encountering each other, they fought without any communication. We don't know the exact details, but we are certain that Aomura did not die." The pillars nodded in agreement. Aomura was indeed powerful, as he managed to escape from 2 lower-ranked demons, consistent with their earlier assumptions. "Our second encounter with Aomura was last month." At this point, Kagaya glanced at Kane. Kane added, "On the night of December 17th, a crow flying over Mount Nagumo accidentally discovered demons fighting each other, one of them being Aomura. The crow witnessed Aomura defeating another demon and then using some method to devour it." Devour? The other pillars looked confused. Aomura placed his palm on the demon, and the demon's body gradually disappeared. This was the crow's description. "From what I can tell, the demon was likely devoured," Kane explained. The other pillars remained silent but seemed to agree with Kane's assessment. So, Aomura had entered Fuja Mountain voluntarily to devour demons? What was his purpose? Could he grow stronger by consuming other demons? "Are you certain the demon is dead?" Yuzui Tengen asked. "We're almost certain," Kane replied. "I followed my lord's orders to investigate Mount Nagumo. I found signs of a battle, but no demons other than Aomura. It's safe to assume they're all dead." Kagaya added, "According to our subsequent investigation, the group of demons that once occupied Mount Nagumo was likely led by the lower rank 5, numbering around 5 demons." The pillars had various expressions. Jiomi Himejima clasped his hands together and asked, "Kane, did you see Aomura?" Kane nodded. "I did, but as soon as we met, he vanished, and I didn't detect any movement." "Blood demon art," someone speculated. "It's impossible to be sure," Kane replied. "There's one more thing. Aomura recognized the crow and captured it. But instead of harming the crow, he instructed it to return to the Demon Slayer Corps to request help in treating the injured at Mount Nagumo." "Kane, that doesn't necessarily mean anything," Yuzui Tengen remarked, shaking his head. The other pillars had similar reactions. They all knew of Kane's ideals, but they neither supported nor believed they were achievable. Kane did not argue further. There's more information about Aomura, Kagaya concluded. Kagaya spoke, drawing everyone's attention. We received intelligence earlier that a large number of young women have disappeared near Azabuikura, and there are rumors that the culprit is a demon. Team member Shinobu Kocho went to investigate and found that there were no demons involved, but rather people using demons to commit crimes. All the missing women were locked away in a hidden location, becoming tools for those criminals to satisfy their vile desires. Everyone was silent. They could protect people from demons, but there was little they could do about the harm humans inflicted on each other. Kagaya continued, this was originally kept secret, but something significant happened the night before Shinobu Kocho arrived. Hundreds of criminals in that den were slaughtered overnight, and the victims were freed. Only then did the truth come to light. Ubuyashiki Kagaya looked around the room and said, the one responsible for this is a demon called Aomura. The pillars frowned. They understood what their lord was implying. The killer was the demon named Aomura. Putting aside other issues, it is common for demons to kill people. But this situation was peculiar. According to their lord, Aomura killed criminals and saved hundreds of victims. The methods were extremely violent, yet it was hard to say his actions were wrong. If there were no other concerns, he could even be seen as a vigilante of sorts. This was difficult for them to believe or accept. A righteous demon? What a joke. Kagaya added, Shinobu Kocho personally investigated the scene, and none of the bodies showed signs of being eaten. Sanemi immediately replied, perhaps he didn't eat them on the spot but took a few corpses with him. The other pillars remained silent. They wanted to agree with him, but it didn't make logical sense. When had a demon ever secretly eaten people? If Aomura truly wanted to devour humans, why did he let the victims go? Kagaya spoke seriously, we can discuss whether Aomura eats humans later. What I want to inform you of is that Aomura, while living in Azabu as a human, was seen out during the day on more than one occasion. What? This is impossible. My lord, are you certain? Upon hearing this, the pillars instantly shifted their focus from whether Aomura eats humans, and the room was suddenly abuzz with shock. Ubuyashiki Kagaya raised his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. I have confirmed this matter repeatedly, and it is absolutely true. A demon immune to sunlight? The pillars were all stunned. Ubuyashiki Kagaya continued, in addition to this, there are other pieces of information that have yet to be confirmed. Over a month ago, it was suspected that Aomura killed lower rank 6 and saved a woman. Half a month ago, Aomura was reportedly seen in a town where it was rumored that a demon with the words lower rank 3 engraved in its eyes was devouring people. 7 days ago, a fierce battle took place in that town at night, leaving an abandoned street completely destroyed. Since then, there have been no more reports of demons eating people. Additionally, there have been many recent cases of demons suddenly disappearing. When our team members arrived, they found the demons had already been eliminated. While there is no concrete evidence, it's possible that Aomura was responsible. The pillars were all taken aback. Lower rank 6, lower rank 5, lower rank 3. If this information was accurate, it meant that Aomura had killed 3 of the lower moons. Quite an accomplishment. When it came to slaying demons, Aomura was more effective than any of them. None of them had ever killed 3 lower rank demons. The high death toll of demons should have been good news, but most were not pleased. They had not forgotten that Aomura was suspected of growing stronger by devouring demons, and that he might have overcome the weakness to sunlight. If he continued to grow, he would be a far greater threat than the 3 lower ranks combined. Ubuyashiki Kagaya spoke in a slightly serious tone, therefore, I ask that you all closely monitor Aomura's whereabouts from now on. If you encounter him, unless he is harming someone, avoid engaging him in battle. What are your thoughts? Sanemi frowned and said, My lord, demons cannot be trusted. Ubuyashiki Kagaya gently replied, which is why, Sanemi, we need more information before making a judgment, don't we? Sanemi fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances and then responded in unison. Yes, sir. They hadn't let go of their hostility towards Aomura. However, gathering intelligence first was indeed a wise approach. Kane Kocho had mentioned before that Aomura had mastered the ability to vanish suddenly without her noticing any movement. Kane was one of the strongest among the pillars. If she couldn't detect him, no one else would stand a chance. Unless they could counter this ability, dealing with Aomura would be no easy task. Chapter 45, Fallen Princess. Yoshiwara. The vibrant glow of lanterns lit up the bustling streets of Yoshiwara, casting long shadows as people moved in and out of the brightly lit establishments. The air was thick with the mingling scents of powder and incense, enveloping Aoki as he paused briefly at the entrance before stepping inside. I remember Daki went by the alias Warabiheim and stayed at Kagaku, Aoki thought. But that was years later in the timeline. She changes her identity every decade or so. Given it was still several years before those events, Aoki knew Daki might not be at Kagaku. Yet, her popularity in Yoshiwara and the signature G in her alias made her location relatively easy to pinpoint. Aoki strolled casually through the lively streets, absorbing the atmosphere while keeping an ear out for gossip. It wasn't long before snippets of conversation confirmed what he sought. The name Warabiheim was on many lips, her beauty and allure a frequent topic of admiration. So, she's indeed in Kagaku, he mused. Daki's blood demon art could also be described as having spatial attributes. Her ribbons can trap people, seemingly in a pocket dimension. This thought intrigued him as he approached the tall, opulent building of Kagaku, which was adorned with lanterns bearing its name. He set aside his reflections and walked in, ready to confront the demon. Immediately, a middle-aged woman approached with a welcoming smile. Welcome to Kagaku, esteemed guest. How may I assist you? Aoki cut her off with a direct question. Is Warabiheim Oiran available? The woman's smile faltered slightly. I'm afraid Warabiheim Oiran is not feeling well today and isn't seeing guests. Aoki didn't waste time arguing. He produced a thick wad of money, which he handed to her with a steady gaze. I came specifically to see her today. I'm sure you can make an exception. The woman's eyes widened momentarily before she quickly collected the money. Of course, sir. Please, follow me to the tea house. I'll see what I can do. A young girl appeared and bowed, leading Aoki to the tea house. The room was tastefully decorated, a serene retreat from the more extravagant main hall. It exuded a refined elegance, perfectly suited for receiving distinguished guests. As the girl left, Aoki took the opportunity to survey the tea house, noting its subtle beauty and tranquil ambience. He appreciated the setting, which was ideal for an encounter with the elusive Warabiheim. Meanwhile, upstairs in Kagaku, the proprietress Mitsu hesitated before a closed door. Gathering her resolve, she knocked softly. After a moment, the door opened, revealing an ethereally beautiful woman who regarded Mitsu with a cold, almost predatory gaze. What do you want? Daki, in her Warabiheim guise, asked icily. Mitsu, despite her years in the business, felt her heart race. The intensity of Warabiheim's eyes always unnerved her, as if she were a mere insect before a beast. Swallowing her nerves, she managed to speak. There's a guest who wishes to see you. He's quite distinguished. Warabiheim started to close the door. I'm not interested. Wait. Mitsu blurted out, desperation in her voice. He's very handsome. I think you'll find him appealing. Daki paused, intrigued despite herself. Handsome, you say? She glanced back at Mitsu, evaluating her sincerity. Mitsu's years of judging character rarely failed her. Warabiheim had a known preference for good-looking patrons. Fine, Daki relented. I'll see him. But only after I'm ready. Mitsu exhaled a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Thank you, Warabiheim. I'll wait here. As the door closed, Mitsu reflected on Warabiheim's critical importance to Kagaku. Before Warabiheim's arrival, the establishment was just another brothel. Now, thanks to her, it was one of Yoshiwara's most renowned houses. Over half an hour later, Warabiheim finally emerged from her room. Her already striking beauty had been further refined to an almost divine level. Her presence commanded attention, and as she moved, everyone in her path, whether staff or patrons, stared in awe. Men clumsily bumped into walls, entranced by her allure, while women couldn't help but admire her grace. A man who had just entered the establishment gawked openly. "Who was that? Can we choose her?" he asked his friend eagerly, still rubbing his head after walking into a pillar. "That's Warabiheim Oiran," his companion replied, equally mesmerized. "Choosing her? Dream on. We couldn't afford her together, and even if we could, she only accepts those she personally deems worthy." Aoki, the lucky and rich man they envied, waited in the tea-house, growing impatient. An hour had passed. His concern wasn't the wait itself, but the possibility that Daki might have sensed his presence. Muzan's potential awareness loomed over him. If Daki alerted Muzan, not only would tonight's plan fail, but Daki and her brother Gyutaro might go into hiding, making them much harder to locate in the future. Just as he was contemplating his next move, the sound of approaching footsteps drew his attention. "Madam, stay here," Daki commanded, stepping towards the tea-house. She opened the door, her eyes locking with Aoki's. Chapter 46, 1 vs 2. "He looks quite impressive," was Daki's initial thought as she assessed Aoki. Yet, her perception swiftly shifted as realization dawned. Huh? Why is he a demon? Her next thought clarified her stance. No. He's the traitor. Her expression hardened imperceptibly, and without hesitation, she instinctively retreated. However, before she could fully withdraw, Aoki, lightning fast, closed the distance and positioned himself above her. In an instant, ribbons shot forth from Daki's form, but Aoki didn't flinch. His descending punch collided with Daki's chest with tremendous force, driving her down and rending her open with a resounding boom that fractured the ground. The shockwave spread, causing the tea-house to crumble amid startled cries and frantic retreats from onlookers like Meijin, who were caught off guard by the spectacle. Panic gripped the surroundings as confusion reigned. Aoki emerged from the rubble, facing off against two figures, Daki and a man with short, black-green hair, Gyutaro. Daki's clothing had been stripped down to essentials, revealing a beautiful yet fierce countenance adorned with pink tattoos and eyes marked with the characters Upper Moon and 6. Opposite them, Gyutaro bore a similar tattooed visage, his upper body bare except for loose blue pants, his stance hunched and his eyes bearing the same engravings as Daki's. Aoki focused his attention on Gyutaro, identifying him as the true Upper Moon 6. Despite Daki's considerable strength among the lower moons, she paled in comparison to the upper moons. "Surprising to see a traitor in our midst," Gyutaro jeered, his voice tinged with a hint of madness as he raked his face with his nails, drawing blood. "Brother, kill him. Kill him quickly," urged Daki. Aoki's response was measured. "Before we engage, let's talk," he proposed, calmly. "Is there an upper moon you dislike? Tell me where to find them. I can help you eliminate your adversary, like the Upper Moon 5 who's been suppressing you." He didn't disguise his motives. He aimed to capitalize on Muzan Kabutsuji's strategic moves, which involved the upper and lower moons. If Daki and Gyutaro perished, his campaign against the upper moons would inevitably surface. He, very well," Gyutaro chuckled nervously, his demeanor betraying a hint of instability. "I'll reveal that secret when you're about to die." Before any further dialogue could unfold, the tension snapped as Gyutaro lunged forward with explosive force, generating a shockwave as he dashed towards Aoki. Midway through his assault, he swung his arms, sending two blood sickles slicing through the air, aimed to strike Aoki from either flank. Aoki swiftly parried the sickles with a powerful arm swing. Undeterred, Gyutaro summoned the sickles back, this time launching himself into the air, a maniacal grin spreading across his face as he aimed the blades at Aoki's neck. Reacting swiftly, Aoki countered with a powerful downward strike, meeting Gyutaro head-on with a thunderous clash that sent Gyutaro hurtling backwards, his grin fading into shock as he gazed at Aoki in disbelief. Aoki wasted no time, his figure coiling like a spring as he launched himself towards Gyutaro like a cannonball. "Go to hell," he thundered, his intent clear. Daki, not to be outdone, unleashed a flurry of silk ribbons that enveloped Aoki, attempting to ensnare him. Aoki halted, tearing through the ribbons with a single motion, then turned to face Daki. Her black hair had turned white, save for a grass-green tip, and a yellow eye now adorned her forehead. With a swift series of motions, two blood sickles whirled towards Aoki, their edges laced with razor-thin blades of blood. Gyutaro followed close behind, his once bilateral eyes reduced to a solitary orb. Gyutaro orchestrated their assault, Daki providing supporting attacks. Aoki maintained his composure, meeting Gyutaro head-on. The sickles and ribbons danced around him, yet his countenance remained placid, his gaze unwavering. "Come," Aoki murmured calmly, his eyes steady as he prepared to engage Gyutaro. Gyutaro and Daki's combined onslaught continued unabated. Blood sickles spun and silk ribbons soared, but Aoki stood firm, using his fists alone to thwart their advances. The impact of their clash reverberated through the surroundings, reducing nearby buildings to rubble and marring the ground with deep craters. Gyutaro's expression darkened, the gravity of the situation dawning upon him. The traitor's strength far exceeded his expectations. Initially, reports had depicted the defector narrowly escaping the clutches of lower moons in their brief skirmishes. Subsequent updates heralded the defector's defeat of Lower Moon 5, and, most recently, an encounter with Rue, one of the upper moons, ending in mutual failure. Now, facing the defector head-on, Gyutaro realized the true extent of Aoki's capabilities. He recalled Muzan Kabutsuji's earlier advisements. The defector possessed the ability to teleport instantaneously. Yet, despite the confrontation, Aoki had refrained from utilizing this aptitude. Moreover, the defector's prowess extended to negating demons' regenerative capabilities, an ability that defied Muzan Kabutsuji's previous analyses. Merely severing flesh and blood around wounds no longer sufficed, extensive tissue removal was necessary to restore their regenerative abilities. Adding to Gyutaro's apprehension, every wound inflicted by the defector seemed to diminish his strength, stamina, and regenerative capabilities further. The situation appeared increasingly dire. Did you foresee death at the hands of a demon hunter, only to find death at a demon's hands instead? Gyutaro's thoughts raced, his face contorted in a feral grimace. For the first time since becoming a demon, he sensed the specter of death looming over him. Suddenly, a colossal fist tore through the remnants of the silk ribbons, entering Daki's and Gyutaro's sight. "No!" Gyutaro gasped, raising his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself. The ensuing impact shattered both arms and tore his right shoulder away. "Ah!" screamed fallen princess in agony. Gyutaro hurriedly cradled his sister and attempted to staunch the bleeding, but he soon realized her regenerative abilities had yet to return. Chapter 47, Regeneration Ability Collapsed, Extra Chapter. Chapter 47, Regeneration Ability Collapsed, Extra Chapter. Under the bright moon and a tapestry of stars, Yoshiwara should have been bustling with activity. However, tonight, the scene was dramatically different. Everyone was fleeing in desperation, their faces marked by fear, confusion, and shock. Two young men in brown uniforms, emblazoned with the kanji for annihilation, stood outside Yoshiwara, observing the chaos with surprise. They were members of the Demon Slayer Corps, who had stopped by Yoshiwara Yugwa after a successful hunt, eager to see the renowned Flower Street. But what they found was far from what they had expected. Suddenly, a woman stumbled and was about to fall. The short-haired young man quickly caught her. "Are you okay, miss?" he asked. "Thank you," the woman responded, visibly shaken. She wore a beautiful kimono, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, which, despite her current distress, couldn't hide her mature beauty and charm. The young man's face turned red as he struggled to find his composure. The other, slightly older with longer hair, looked on helplessly and asked, "Miss, what happened inside?" Why is everyone running away? A look of terror crossed the woman's face. I don't know. I just saw something fighting, ribbons everywhere, and the houses, they were being destroyed. Her words were disjointed, but the young men understood enough to become serious. Normal human conflicts wouldn't cause such destruction. Only something as powerful as a demon could create such havoc. Miss, please leave quickly, the short-haired young man urged. With that, the two dashed into Yoshiwara Yugwa, following the noise of the commotion. It didn't take long to find the battlefield. The sounds of the fight were unmistakable, echoing from a distance. I wonder who's battling the demon? With such intense fighting, could it be one of the Hashira? The two hesitated to approach. They were ranked Kano and Tsukunoto in the Demon Slayer Corps, and if this was a battle at the Hashira level, they knew they couldn't intervene. Instead, they decided to scout the area to see if there was any way they could help. Climbing to a rooftop, they cautiously peered ahead. The sight they witnessed left them both astonished. There were not just two combatants, but three. And all of them were demons. The short-haired young man, uncertain, turned to his companion, Senpai, if I'm seeing correctly, they're all demons, right? The long-haired young man nodded slowly, his expression grave. Yes, all three are demons. So, what do we do now? Asked the short-haired young man, bewildered. He had not been with the Corps long and had never encountered a situation where demons fought each other, especially three formidable ones. The long-haired young man thought for a moment and made a quick decision. These demons are incredibly strong. We can't just stand by and do nothing. You need to send a message immediately. I'll stay and keep an eye on them. Make sure to indicate that the demons involved are suspected to be upper rank. The short-haired young man was about to leave but stopped in shock at the words, upper rank? For them, encountering even a lower-ranked demon was daunting. But an upper rank? Yes, at least two upper-ranked demons, the long-haired young man confirmed seriously. He had seen lower-ranked demons in action before, and the current scene was far beyond anything they could muster. Without another word, the short-haired young man hurried off. Moments later, a crow took to the skies, its wings flapping swiftly as it disappeared into the night. Aoki glanced at the departing crow and the two figures on the distant rooftop. It seems we need to wrap this up quickly. Why isn't she regenerating? Daki's brother, Gyutaro, stared at his sister's wounds, his pupils narrowing in shock. Wasn't enough flesh and blood cut off? No. His gaze darted to the other injuries on his sister's body. None of them were healing. Even the shallowest scratches remained. Her regeneration ability has completely collapsed. Understanding dawned on Gyutaro as he looked up at Aoki, fear and hatred flashing in his eyes. Brother, what's happening? Why isn't my body regenerating? Daki's voice quivered with panic, her beautiful face marred by fear. In their centuries as demons, this was the first time they had faced such a dire situation. The looming threat of death engulfed her, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Gyutaro's expression darkened. Aoki's abilities far surpassed what they had been led to believe by Muzan's intelligence. Worse yet, it was an entirely one-sided battle. Gyutaro's attacks, whether slashes or poison, had no effect on Aoki. In contrast, Aoki's assaults were devastating and potentially fatal for them. Gyutaro now understood the frustration humans felt when fighting demons. It was infuriating. Why? We're all demons. Why are you attacking us? Daki screamed at Aoki. Aoki responded calmly, demons are powerful, beautiful, and can do anything. Isn't that your belief? I'm stronger than you, so naturally, I'll kill you. Do I need a reason? Daki paused, momentarily stunned. Gyutaro, turning to shield his sister, hurled her away. You go first. Find a place to hide and wait for me. No. Aoki's figure suddenly appeared above Daki. Behind him, Gyutaro's eyes widened in horror. Beneath him, Daki's face was contorted with fear. No. Don't. I don't want to die. Brother, do something. If there is a next life, be a good person. Aoki-style funeral. Aoki declared. Daki's expression froze as red lines appeared on her body. She fell to the ground and disintegrated. I'll kill you. Gyutaro roared, leaping at Aoki with his blood sickles raised. But just as he was about to strike, Aoki vanished into thin air. Is this the instantaneous space-traveling ability that Lord Muzan mentioned? Gyutaro frantically searched for any sign of Aoki, glancing back at his sister. Though her regeneration had collapsed, she was still alive, merely unconscious. If he could defeat Aoki, there might still be a chance to save her. But Gyutaro's eyes narrowed as he spotted Aoki standing on a nearby rooftop. I'll give you one last chance. Is there really no demon you despise? Tell me their location, and I'll send them to hell to join you. Gyutaro's eyes blazed with madness. Without a word, he exploded from the ground, charging toward Aoki. Blood demon art, rotating circular slash, flying blood sickle. Opening his arms, the blood sickle spun around his wrists, forming sharp, thin blades of blood. They whirred like deadly grinders as he hurled them at Aoki. Chapter 48 The End. Chapter 48 The End. Lord Tengen, urgent information. A beautiful female ninja with a high ponytail hurried into the room. Urgent information? Yuzui Tengen stood up and took the document, quickly scanning its contents. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, Tengen was a striking figure with short silver hair adorned by a headdress. His build was muscular yet agile, and his handsome features commanded attention. He was the sound Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, and Yoshiwara Yukaku was his jurisdiction. Upper-rank demons fighting in Yoshiwara Yukaku? Tengen's eyes narrowed as he read. But then his brows furrowed. Something was off. Typically, upper-rank demons were rare, and seeing even one was unusual. But 2 appearing simultaneously was highly suspicious. More importantly, the 12 Kazuki, all direct subordinates of Muzan Kabutsuji, were unlikely to fight each other without cause. Is it a trap? Tengen mused, then considered another possibility. Could this be related to Aomura? Since the pillar meeting, Aoki had been under his scrutiny. Alongside other Hashira, Tengen had analyzed Aoki's strength. Defeating a lower-ranked demon under the interference of an upper-ranked demon suggested that Aoki's power might rival that of an upper-ranked demon. Let's handle this with flair. Tengen grinned, grabbing his dual swords and strapping them across his back. Hinatsuru, report this information to headquarters immediately and request reinforcements from the Lord. Make sure to mention that one of the combatants is suspected to be Aomura. Tengen, what about you? Hinatsuru asked, her voice tinged with concern. Tengen's smile broadened, his eyes gleaming with resolve. I'll go ahead. Both Aoki and the upper-ranked demons were critical targets. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Boom! A massive hole erupted in the roof, with sharp blood blades slicing through everything around, sending debris and dust flying. Aoki appeared behind Gyutaro and launched a punch with the force of a cannonball, shaking the air with thunderous force. Gyutaro barely had time to react. His body convulsed, releasing a torrent of blood that formed into a series of slashing blades, encircling him like a larger meat grinder. Blood demon art, leaping beams. Aoki paid no heed, allowing the blood blades to graze his arm as he drove his fist into Gyutaro's head. Bang! Half of Gyutaro's head exploded, but he fought to remain standing, clutching his blood sickle and sweeping it backward. Aoki's arm regenerated instantly. Aoki style, death. Clang! 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 The two clashed fiercely, fists meeting blood sickles in rapid succession. Gyutaro gritted his teeth, his attacks gradually faltering. His techniques were skilled, but his strength was significantly inferior. Too strong. The short-haired young man clutched the roof tiles, trying to steady his trembling body. He knew demons were far stronger than humans, but the demons before him today, especially the black-haired one, completely shattered his understanding. Can humans really fight such monsters? He muttered. Even from a distance, the oppressive aura made his limbs cold, crushing any will to resist. The long-haired young man took a deep breath. Demons are formidable, and the 12 Kazuki are the worst of them. We ordinary members can't handle them, but the Hashira can. The Hashira? The short-haired young man looked unconvinced. He had never seen the Hashira in action. No matter how strong they were still human. Could humans truly contend with such powerful demons? Wait. It's reaching a climax. The long-haired young man's eyes widened, ignoring his companion's doubts. Bang! Aoki's heavy punch sent Gyutaro's blood sickle flying. Gyutaro's body arched back, exposing a gaping wound in his chest. Aoki style, storm. Aoki's movements shifted, his attacks becoming as relentless as a storm. Boom! 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 Gyutaro's body erupted with holes, his face growing more maniacal. Blood gushed from his wounds, condensing into a vortex. To disrupt Aoki's recovery, Gyutaro needed to inflict massive damage in a single blow, buying enough time for him and his sister to escape. But then... Gyutaro's eyes widened in shock. Did you forget something? Before the swirling blood blade tornado, Aoki suddenly appeared above Gyutaro's head. Damn it! Damn it! Does his power know no bounds? Why? Why would such a demon exist? Gyutaro's face contorted with rage and despair as a cold wind swept by, severing his head in. Silence. Blood spurted from the wound, forming a sharp blade storm that shot skyward. Aoki reappeared to the side. It's time to end this. Aoki style, storm. Fists, elbows, legs, knees, Aoki's attacks rained down like a torrential downpour. Gyutaro was flung into the air and then crashed heavily to the ground, his body resembling a shattered rag doll. All the flesh and blood were obliterated, and his regenerative abilities collapsed entirely. Cough, cough. Gyutaro's head rolled to the side, coughing up blood. Aoki marveled, "You're still conscious." The stronger the demon, the less human it became. A fresh demon could lose consciousness from a head blow. After their body collapsed, even powerful demons like Daki would fall into a coma. But upper-ranked demons seemed immune to anything short of true death. "Where's my sister?" Gyutaro asked. Aoki glanced at him, walked over to Daki, picked her up, and placed her beside Gyutaro. Gyutaro's fingers twitched as he grasped Daki's hand, his expression softening. He looked back at Aoki, saying, "I didn't expect to die at the hands of another demon." Aoki replied, "Don't worry. You won't be alone for long. Muzan Kibutsuji will join you soon enough." Gyutaro stared at him deeply before slowly closing his eyes. "I don't know the location of the other upper ranks." What a pity, Aoki sighed. He had hoped for more information. But such luck was rare. Aoki stretched his arms out over Gyutaro and Daki. Devour. An invisible vortex formed, swallowing them both in an instant. Strength, +1. Free skill point, +1. Kill upper rank 6, Gyutaro and Daki, and gain 1,500 experience points. Congratulations, you've leveled up. Attribute points, skill points, 1,500 experience points, quite the bounty. This is just from the 6th rank. What kind of reward would I get from killing Kokoshibo? Aoki's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Of course, that was just a thought for now. With his current strength, he likely couldn't defeat Kokoshibo. After a final glance at the 2 Demon Slayer Corps members watching from the distant rooftop, Aoki's figure vanished. Chapter 49, The Demon Slayer Corps' Response. The 2 members of the Demon Slayer Corps trembled and almost lost control of their bladders. They had witnessed the battle just now. Even the weakest female demon was much stronger than them, and the other 2 were simply beyond their imagination. Especially the demon who emerged victorious. Even from this distance, they could clearly feel his menacing aura. After Aoki left, both of them exhaled deeply, their faces etched with fear. "Senpai, for a moment there, I thought we were dead," the short-haired young man said, his voice trembling. The long-haired young man replied in a serious tone, "If he had attacked us, we would definitely be dead. Fortunately, he didn't, for some reason." The short-haired young man spoke dejectedly, "Is that an upper moon demon? Can such a powerful monster really be defeated?" "That's something the Hashira need to figure out," the long-haired young man responded, still steady. "What I'm more curious about is how the demon who won managed to kill the other two demons." The short-haired young man looked puzzled. He had never heard of anything like this before. Suddenly, a tall, white-haired young man appeared beside them. "You mean, one of the demons killed the other two?" he asked. The two men immediately stood up and respectfully addressed him, "Lord Sound Hashira." Yuzui Tengen surveyed the shattered street with a serious expression. "Is the battle over?" The long-haired young man, looking guilty, responded, "Yes, Lord Sound Hashira. The battle ended not long ago, and the victorious demon has left. We failed to stop him." Yuzui Tengen shook his head. "It's not your fault. The strength of the upper moons is beyond your capacity. Even if you had tried to stop them, it would have been in vain, costing you your lives. Tell me about the course of the battle and how the demon managed to kill the others," Yuzui Tengen continued. The long-haired young man began recounting the chaos from when they first found Yoshiwara, up to the point when Aoki left. The short-haired young man added details occasionally. "An upper moon and a lower moon?" Yuzui Tengen made a rough judgment based on their descriptions. Although the female demon was powerful, she clearly was not at the upper moon level. He had never faced an upper moon demon, but many Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps had fallen to them, giving him a clear idea of their strength. But why were an upper moon demon and a lower moon demon together? Forget it. They're all dead anyway, so why they were together doesn't matter. Yuzui Tengen quickly dismissed the question. If nothing unexpected happened, the other demon must be Aomura, as mentioned by the master. I didn't expect he would actually kill an upper moon demon. Yuzui Tengen's expression grew serious. Although Aomura had always opposed demons, the Demon Slayer Corps was wary of any demon growing too powerful. Unfortunately, this was beyond their control. The only consolation was that today's incident confirmed once again that Aomura bore no ill will towards humans or the Demon Slayer Corps. Otherwise, these two members wouldn't have survived. Report this to the master. Yuzui Tengen instructed, no longer dwelling on the matter. Despite Aomura's lack of hostility towards the Corps, he didn't seem keen on communicating with them either. At the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters, Ubuyashiki Kagaya looked over the report in his hands, his expression tinged with excitement. An upper moon. He actually defeated an upper moon. Mr. Aomura accomplished what our Demon Slayer Corps has been unable to do for centuries, he exclaimed. His wife, Amain, sighed. If only he were human. Kagaya shook his head. It doesn't matter if he isn't human. As long as our goals align, there's a basis for cooperation. Amain, I have a feeling that Mr. Aomura will be key in defeating Muzan Kibutsuji. Cough, cough. His excitement triggered a coughing fit. Amain gently patted his back and called for their child to fetch hot water. After a while, Kagaya calmed down and said regretfully, "It's unfortunate that Mr. Aomura doesn't seem willing to communicate with us." "There will be a chance," Amain reassured him. "He is a demon, after all, it's normal for him to be wary of us." Kagaya's eyes burned with determination. Yes. As long as Mr. Aomura continues to kill demons, there will be an opportunity to connect. At the butterfly estate, a black crow descended with a message. Shinobu Kocho read the information, her pupils contracting in surprise. "Shinobu, what's wrong? Is there an urgent mission?" Kane Kocho, noticing her sister's reaction, paused while combing Kaneo's hair. "It's not a mission, sister. See for yourself." Shinobu handed over the report. Huh? Kane was taken aback. She read it twice, before putting it aside. As expected of Mr. Aomura, he actually killed an upper moon. Shinobu said, "What surprises me more than him killing an upper moon is how he keeps finding the 12 Kazuki. Even our Demon Slayer Corps takes a long time to find information about the 12 Kazuki, but he discovers them one after another. Does he have a special method for tracking demons? It is indeed strange, but to find out, you'd have to ask Mr. Aomura directly." Kane smiled. At this rate, Mr. Aomura might eliminate all the 12 Kazuki. Shinobu struggled to find the right expression. When it came to killing demons, Aomura's accomplishments had surpassed everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, making him the most effective in their era. Kane said with a hint of regret, "It's unfortunate that we couldn't communicate with Mr. Aomura this time. It would have been better if Mr. Yuzui had arrived earlier." Shinobu replied calmly, "Even if the sound Hashira had arrived sooner, it might not have helped. Sister, didn't you meet him last time? What was the result?" His stance was already clear. Kane sighed again, "Because Mr. Aomura doesn't trust us, right? By the way, isn't there a girl in our team who is friends with Mr. Aomura?" Shinobu answered, "Mitsuri Kenroji doesn't know yet that Aomura is a demon." Kaneo Tsuyuri watched their conversation silently, her face calm, without uttering a word. Other Hashira, including the stone Hashira and the water Hashira, also received the information. Their feelings were mixed. There was excitement. For hundreds of years, the upper moons had not lost a single member. The death of such a powerful demon meant fewer victims in the future. Moreover, there was no sacrifice among the Demon Slayer Corps, which was a blessing. However, there was also a sense of shame. The one who killed the upper moon wasn't a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, nor even a human, but a demon. The Hashira felt a sting of embarrassment, as if they had been slapped in the face. In the following period, all the Hashira increased their patrol's range and frequency, hoping to encounter and defeat an upper moon to restore the Corps' honor. But encountering an upper moon demon was not so easy. Whether this was fortunate or unfortunate remains to be seen. Chapter 50, Infinity Castle. Chapter 50, Infinity Castle. Akaza looked down at this strange space, his pupils suddenly shrinking. A different space. Infinity Castle. Being summoned here means, someone has been killed. Veins popped out on his forehead as anger etched across his face. The lights flickered on and off, and the buildings seemed to overlap and intersect. After a while, Akaza arrived at a platform. He glanced around quickly. Also present were 4 other upper-rank demons. The one missing was upper rank 6. Before they could communicate, Kibutsuji Muzan's figure suddenly appeared. His cold gaze swept across the 5 upper-rank demons. Gyutaro and Daki are dead, killed by defectors. The 5 demons were stunned for a moment. Defectors? This name was unfamiliar to them all. Recently, it seemed to be the only demon they heard about. Especially Akaza, who had personally fought against the defectors. In his opinion, the only noteworthy aspect of the defectors was their bizarre movement. Everything else was unremarkable. Could the defectors have really killed Gyutaro? Doma, sitting on the ground and swaying slightly, looked innocent. "I'm truly sorry. I was the one who introduced Gyutaro." A powerful coercion erupted from Kibutsuji Muzan's body as he looked down at the upper ranks. The blue spider lily hasn't been found. The Ubuyashiki family and the Demon Slayer Corps are still alive, and the defectors remain uncaptured. Tell me, what is the purpose of your existence? Kokashibo, upper rank 1, and Gyako, upper rank 5, remained silent, while Neikime, upper rank 4, cowered in a corner, trembling. Doma innocently remarked, "It's a pity that the defector didn't fall into the trap I set last time." A strong killing intent flashed in Akaza's eyes. Doma's preference for eating women clashed sharply with his own principles of never consuming women, fueling a deep conflict between them. To Akaza, Doma's words were clearly mocking his failure. Doma, however, seemed completely oblivious to Akaza's murderous intent. Kokoshibo's low, calm voice broke the tension. Twice my subordinates crossed paths with the defector and missed the best chance to capture him. Kibutsuji Muzan slowly retracted his pressure and spoke coldly. The defector can grow stronger by devouring other demons. Having consumed Gyutaro and Daki, his power will certainly increase again. Perform better next time. I don't want to hear about anyone else being killed by the defector. To him, it didn't matter much. He could create a legion of demons comparable to the lower ranks whenever he wished. But the upper ranks were different. There were 6, no, now 5, the best demons of the past hundreds of years. Replacing them wasn't so simple. Finding a successor for upper rank 6 was another challenge. As Muzan's murderous intent towards Aoki grew stronger, he thought, change. Disruption. All brought by the defectors. However, to capture the defector, he needed a way to counter his abilities. Infinite Castle. Muzan's eyes shifted slightly as he waved his hand. From. The sound of a biwa resonated, and all the upper ranks vanished. Aoki lay on his back on a rock, gazing at the bright sky, his eyes unfocused. A blue screen, invisible to others, filled his vision. After devouring Gyutaro and Daki, his power had reached 18 points. To maintain balanced attributes, Aoki allocated 2 free attribute points to physical fitness and agility. The skill points were insufficient to learn the next skill, so he decided to save them. Name, Aoki. Strength, 18. Physique, 17. Intelligence, 17. Agility, 17. Occupation, Hunter, White Walker. White Walker. Quality. Level, LV12, 397/1200. Skills, Demon Blood 4, Space Shuttle, Transparent World, Not Yet Learned, Demon Devouring 2. Mission, Upper Rank Doom, 1/3. Free skill points, 2. As he reviewed the system panel, Aoki began to ponder. Currently, the only ones stronger than me are Muzan Kibutsuji, and probably Kokoshibo. Doma is a tough call. As for Akaza, he may have the upper hand initially, but in a fight to the death, I would definitely win in the end. After learning level 2 Demon Devouring, I have the foundation to kill Akaza. However, until I master World Transparency, it won't be easy to truly defeat him. In the world, only 3 beings posed a significant threat to him. Muzan and Kokoshibo counted as 1 each, and Doma and Akaza as halves. As for the Demon Slayer Corps, the trio of Transparent World, Sun Breathing, and the Demon Slayer mark had yet to emerge, leaving no one currently able to challenge him effectively. The only potential threat might be the strongest Hashira, the Stone Hashira. Aoki closed the system interface. Aside from attribute and skill points, there was another gain this time. His suspicion was correct. Daki's blood demon art did possess spatial attributes. However, perhaps due to poor compatibility or the minimal spatial nature of Daki's abilities, Space Shuttle hadn't seen any significant change. Yet, Aoki had a faint sense that something was developing. Perhaps, if he devoured another demon with spatial attributes, he might gain more. Meow. A calico cat with a talisman on its chest and a small bag appeared beside him. Here you are. I was worried you wouldn't find me. Aoki sat up, stroked the cat's head, and placed 2 blood collection devices into the small bag. This was Lady Tamayo's cat, capable of becoming invisible using Yoshiro's blood demon art. The blood collection devices, crafted by Yoshiro, were specifically designed to gather demon blood. Meow. The calico cat meowed again and slowly vanished. Time for me to go too. Aoki stood up, scanning his surroundings, with a hint of confusion. Where should he go next? He had exhausted most of his information. There were no more convenient targets like Gyutaro and Daki waiting for him to show up. The traces of Kokoshibo, Yeim, and Gyako were elusive, though Doma offered a slight lead. Doma is the founder of the Eternal Paradise. If I can locate the sect, I should be able to find him. The problem is, I don't know where the Eternal Paradise sect is. Aoki sighed quietly. The sect was small, with just over 200 members, making it difficult to locate. Still, it's better than wandering aimlessly. I might even stumble upon Tanjiro's house. Without hesitating too long, Aoki picked a random direction and set off on his journey. Even if he couldn't find the upper ranks, there were still plenty of ordinary demons. He wouldn't disdain small gains just because he had tasted major victories. As long as he could sustain himself, any demon offering experience was valuable. Bit by bit, he would eventually reach the next level. Who knows? Maybe one day, by sheer luck, he might encounter an upper-rank demon while wandering the road? ==